Hi friends. If you're enjoying my videos, please hit the like button. It helps the YouTube algorithm notice me. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy the story. I woke up at 5:17 a.m., a full 43 minutes before my alarm was set to sound. The anticipation of our planned hike had kept my mind active through the night, drifting between consciousness and restless sleep. My wife, Josephine, was still wrapped in our comforter, her breathing deep and rhythmic. I watched the ceiling fan rotate in the half-darkness, mentally checking the list of supplies I'd packed the previous evening. By 6:30, Josephine had joined me in the kitchen. She sipped her coffee, eyes still heavy with sleep. "Are you sure about this trail? I've heard Cascade Falls gets pretty crowded on weekends." "That's why we're leaving early," I replied, filling the dog's water bowl. "We'll beat the rush." Our German shepherd, Bella, sensed the excitement in the air. She paced the kitchen floor, claws clicking against the tile, pausing occasionally to stare at her leash hanging by the door. I'd adopted her as a rescue 3 years ago, and she'd become our faithful hiking companion, always eager to explore new trails. The drive to the trailhead took just over an hour. We wound through the mountains, climbing higher as the road narrowed. Bella pressed her nose against the window, her breath creating small patches of fog on the glass. The morning light filtered through the trees in slanted beams, illuminating particles of dust floating in the car. "Look at the weather," Josephine said, gesturing toward the sky. "Perfect hiking day." She was right. The forecast promised mild temperatures with partly cloudy skies, ideal conditions for the 6-mile trek to Cascade Falls and back. What made this particular trail appealing was its accessibility. It was popular enough to be well-maintained, but offered side paths for those seeking more solitude. The parking area was about a quarter full when we arrived, mostly with vehicles bearing out-of-state license plates. Weekend warriors, I thought to myself, tourists seeking Instagram-worthy photos of the falls. I pulled into a spot near the trailhead and cut the engine. "Ready for this?" I asked, turning to Josephine. She smiled, the corners of her eyes crinkling. "Always." Bella's enthusiasm was unmistakable as I clipped the leash to her collar. Her tail wagged with such vigor that her entire body swayed from side to side. I secured our backpacks, checking once more for water bottles, trail mix, first aid supplies, and the pocket knife I always carried on hikes. The air felt crisp against my face as we approached the trailhead. A wooden sign displayed a map of the area, marking the main path and several offshoot trails. I studied it briefly, noting a less traveled route that looped behind the falls into a more secluded section of forest. "I'm thinking we might try that back loop after we see the main falls," I suggested, pointing to the map. "Fewer people, more nature." Josephine nodded, though something in her expression suggested hesitation. "As long as we're back before dark." I assured her we would be, not knowing that darkness would find us long before we returned to our car. The main trail to Cascade Falls stretched before us like a welcoming ribbon, wide and well-trodden. Morning sunlight dappled the path through breaks in the forest canopy, creating pools of warmth on the otherwise cool ground. Other hikers passed us in both directions, offering friendly nods or brief greetings. Bella led our small procession, her nose working overtime as she processed the symphony of scents. Every few minutes she would pause to investigate something of particular interest, a peculiar rock, a patch of moss, or traces left by wildlife that had crossed the path during the night. "She's in her element," Josephine observed, watching as Bella locked eyes with a gray squirrel that chattered indignantly from a safe perch. The steady incline of the trail increased our heart rates and loosened our muscles. I felt the familiar burn in my calves, welcoming the sensation as proof that I was alive and moving. The sound of rushing water grew progressively louder, signaling our approach to the falls. "I think we're getting close," I said, unnecessarily. The roar of Cascade Falls had become unmistakable, a constant backdrop to the chorus of bird song and rustling leaves. We rounded a final bend in the trail, and the falls revealed themselves in dramatic fashion. Water thundered over a 70-foot cliff, crashing into a clear pool below with such force that a perpetual mist hung in the air. Sunlight filtered through this mist, creating a delicate rainbow that arched across the base of the falls. The area surrounding the pool was crowded with visitors. Families spread picnic blankets on flat rocks. Couples posed for photographs with the cascade as their backdrop, and several brave souls waded into the frigid water, their shrieks of shock echoing against the cliff face. "It's beautiful," Josephine said, her voice nearly lost in the roar of the water. We found a relatively quiet spot on a large, flat boulder and unpacked our lunch. Bella lay at our feet, watchful but relaxed, occasionally lifting her head when children ran past or when food was being distributed. "So many people," I commented, surveying the crowd. "I wonder if anyone takes that back trail we saw on the map." Josephine followed my gaze toward a narrow path that snaked around the side of the falls, climbing steeply before disappearing into dense forest. "Doesn't look like it gets much traffic." The path called to me with an inexplicable pull. While the falls were undeniably spectacular, something about that hidden trail promised a more authentic experience, a chance to encounter the wilderness on its own terms, away from the carefully curated experience of the main attraction. "Want to check it out?" I asked, already knowing the answer I wanted to hear. Josephine hesitated, taking a long drink from her water bottle. "Is it safe?" "It's marked on the official trail map," I reasoned. "Just less popular." After a moment's consideration, she nodded. "All right, but let's not go too far. I'd like to be back at the car before the sun starts to set." We packed our remains of lunch and set off toward the narrow path, leaving behind the comfort of crowds and cell phone reception. Bella seemed particularly eager for this new adventure, pulling slightly on her leash as we approached the trailhead. A small wooden sign marked the entrance to the path. "North Forest Loop. Moderate difficulty. 2.5 miles. Below this official marker, someone had carved a single word into the wood. "Watch." I assumed it was a reminder to watch one's step on the steeper terrain, not yet understanding it as the warning it was meant to be. The transition was immediate and striking. Within 50 yards of leaving the main area, the sounds of other hikers faded to a distant murmur, then disappeared entirely. The path narrowed considerably, forcing us to walk single file in some sections. Tree roots created natural steps up the incline, and in places, the trail came perilously close to the edge of a steep drop-off. "Careful here," I called back to Josephine, offering my hand at a particularly treacherous section. We climbed steadily, our breathing becoming more labored. Bella navigated the terrain with ease, her paws finding secure footing where ours sometimes slipped. The forest grew denser around us, the trees taller and more ancient than those near the trailhead. "Notice anything?" Josephine asked after we had been climbing for about 20 minutes. I paused, listening. "It's quiet." The absence of sound was indeed remarkable. The waterfall's roar had diminished to a faint whisper, and even the birds seemed to have abandoned this section of the forest. Our footsteps and breathing became unnaturally loud in the stillness. "No cell service," Josephine noted, glancing at her phone. Not that I'm surprised. We continued our ascent, eventually reaching a point where the trail leveled out and offered a spectacular view of the valley below. The people at the base of the falls looked tiny from our vantage point, like miniature figures in a diorama. "Worth the climb," I said, taking a deep breath of the cool air. Josephine nodded, though I noticed her eyes frequently scanning our surroundings. "It's beautiful, but somehow different up here." I knew what she meant. The forest had a distinct atmosphere, not necessarily threatening, but certainly more primal. The trees were older, their bark deeply furrowed and covered with thick moss. The undergrowth was sparse, allowing our eyes to penetrate deeper into the woods than was possible near the trailhead. "Shall we continue?" I asked, gesturing toward where the trail disappeared into a particularly dense section of forest. The canopy overhead grew thicker as we proceeded, filtering the sunlight into thin, shifting beams that barely illuminated the path. The temperature dropped noticeably, and I felt the first prickle of unease crawl up my spine. Bella's demeanor had changed as well. Her earlier enthusiasm had given way to a more cautious approach. She no longer pulled ahead but stayed close to my side, her ears constantly swiveling to catch any sound. "Is it getting darker?" Josephine asked. Her voice hushed as if speaking normally might disturb something we couldn't see. I checked my watch. "It's only 2:30. Still plenty of daylight left." Yet she was right. It did seem darker, as if the forest itself was absorbing the light. I attributed it to the thicker canopy and pressed on, trying to ignore the growing sense that we were being observed. The dominant sound now was our own movement, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the occasional snap of a twig, Bella's steady panting. Each noise seemed amplified in the unnatural quiet, traveling further than it should through the still air. "Do you hear any birds?" Josephine asked suddenly. I stopped walking and listened intently. Nothing. No bird song, no rustling in the undergrowth, no distant calls of wildlife. The forest was absolutely silent, holding its sound as if in anticipation. Even then, with warning signs mounting, we continued forward. I was driven by curiosity, by the desire to see what lay just beyond the next bend in the trail. Josephine followed out of loyalty and Bella out of duty, though her body language communicated increasing distress. We were venturing into a part of the forest that felt untouched by human presence, despite the clear trail beneath our feet. The trees here were ancient sentinels, their branches reaching out like gnarled fingers. Moss hung in long strands, occasionally brushing against our faces as we passed. "Maybe we should turn back soon," Josephine suggested, her voice barely above a whisper. I was about to agree when we emerged into a small clearing that stopped me in my tracks. A perfect circle of towering trees surrounded a patch of ground where nothing grew. No grass, no undergrowth, just bare earth that appeared oddly darker than the surrounding soil. "What is this place?" I wondered aloud, my voice sounding foreign in the profound silence. Bella whined softly, pressing herself against my leg. I reached down to reassure her, feeling the tremor that ran through her body. We had found something we were not meant to see, and the forest knew it. The clearing emanated a wrongness I couldn't articulate. While my rational mind searched for natural explanations, perhaps the soil chemistry prevented growth, or maybe the canopy blocked too much sunlight, a more primitive part of my brain recognized danger. "I don't like this," Josephine said, her eyes darting from tree to tree at the edge of the clearing. "Let's go back." I nodded, suddenly eager to retreat. As we turned to leave, something caught my eye. A flash of movement at the periphery of my vision. I whipped my head around, staring into the dense undergrowth, but saw nothing definitive. Just shadows shifting in ways that shadows shouldn't. "Did you see that?" I asked, my voice tight. Josephine shook her head, but her expression confirmed she'd sensed something too. "What was it?" "Probably just a deer," I said, not believing it for a second. We backtracked to the main trail, moving with greater purpose now. The forest seemed to close in around us, branches reaching lower, roots rising higher to impede our progress. I told myself it was my imagination, that fear was distorting my perception, but the sensation of being followed intensified with each step. Bella's behavior became increasingly concerning. She walked with her tail tucked between her legs, her ears flattened against her skull. Occasionally she would stop and stare intently into the forest, growling softly at something I couldn't perceive. "She senses something," Josephine whispered, gripping my arm. I had always trusted Bella's instincts. As a shepherd, she possessed sharper senses and a keener awareness of her surroundings than either of us. If she was afraid, there was reason to be. The trail narrowed further, forcing us to navigate carefully around protruding rocks and fallen branches. The forest floor was covered in a thick layer of decaying leaves that muffled our footsteps, but made the terrain treacherous. Twice I nearly lost my footing on the slippery ground. "Listen," Josephine said suddenly, freezing in place. I held my breath, straining to hear whatever had caught her attention. At first there was nothing but the sound of our own heartbeats pounding in our ears. Then I heard it. A faint rustling, too deliberate to be the wind, too rhythmic to be random forest sounds. "Someone's following us," I whispered, the realization chilling me to my core. We quickened our pace, no longer concerned with enjoying the scenery or exploring new territory. The only objective now was to return to the populated area near the falls, to escape the suffocating presence of the deep forest, and whatever lurked within it. The path began to slope downward, which should have been encouraging. We were heading back toward the falls, but instead filled me with dread. The descent made our footing even more precarious, and the sensation of being pursued grew stronger with each passing minute. Bella suddenly stopped, her body rigid with tension. A low growl rumbled in her chest, and the fur along her spine stood on end. She stared fixedly at a dense thicket about 20 yards off the trail. "What is it, girl?" I asked, my voice barely audible. In response, Bella's growl deepened, becoming more threatening. I followed her gaze but could discern nothing in the shadowy undergrowth. Just as I was about to tug gently on her leash and continue our descent, a branch snapped loudly in the thicket. Josephine gasped, her fingers digging into my arm with bruising force. "There's someone there," she hissed. I opened my mouth to call out, to demand that whoever was following us show themselves, but the words died in my throat. Some instinct, buried deep in my genetic memory, warned that announcing our awareness would only escalate the situation. Instead, I whispered to Josephine, "Let's move. Quickly, but quietly." We resumed our descent, moving as rapidly as the treacherous terrain would allow. Bella stayed close, her body tense and alert, her head swiveling constantly to monitor our surroundings. The rustling continued, sometimes fading slightly, sometimes drawing alarmingly near, but always present. The forest grew darker still, though my watch insisted it was only mid-afternoon. A heavy mist had begun to form among the trees, reducing visibility and adding to our disorientation. Landmarks I had noted on our ascent seemed altered or absent entirely, making me question whether we were still on the correct path. "Are we lost?" Josephine asked, voicing my unspoken fear. "No," I replied with false confidence. "The trail only goes one way. We just need to keep heading down." But doubt gnawed at me. The path seemed different, somehow twisted from what I remembered. Trees I didn't recall passing on our way up now loomed before us, their bark scarred with peculiar markings that resembled elongated handprints. "James," Josephine whispered, using my name for the first time since our unease began. "I think we should run." I understood her impulse, but reason prevailed. Too dangerous on this terrain. We'd fall and hurt ourselves. We continued our careful descent, each step feeling like it covered less distance than it should. The rustling behind us grew more pronounced, no longer attempting to disguise itself. Whatever followed us had abandoned subtlety, perhaps sensing our growing fear. Bella's whining increased in pitch and frequency, communicating a distress that transcended language. Her eyes, usually bright and alert, now held a terror that mirrored our own. The mist thickened, coiling around our ankles like spectral tendrils. Visibility decreased to mere yards, the forest beyond dissolving into gray obscurity. The sense of isolation became overwhelming, as if the world beyond this shrouded woodland had ceased to exist. And still we descended, clinging to the hope that the familiar roar of the waterfall would soon reach our ears, signaling our return to safety and civilization. but the forest had other plans for us. The mist parted momentarily, revealing a sight that halted me in my tracks. Ahead, the trail split into two identical paths, both descending at the same angle, both appearing equally worn. I had no memory of such a fork on our ascent. "This isn't right," I muttered, scanning our surroundings for any distinguishing feature that might indicate the correct route. Josephine's face was pale, her eyes wide with mounting panic. "Which way?" I hesitated, acutely aware that choosing incorrectly could lead us deeper into the forest rather than toward safety. Bella provided no guidance. She stood rigidly between the two paths, her attention focused on something behind us. The rustling had stopped. The absence of that sound, which had accompanied us for so long, was somehow more terrifying than its presence. It suggested that whatever had been following us was now still, perhaps watching, perhaps waiting. Left, I decided finally, opting for the path that seemed to descend more steeply. The fall should be downhill. We hadn't taken 3 steps when Bella growled, a sound so unlike her normal vocalization that I barely recognized it as coming from our dog. She planted her paws firmly, refusing to move in the direction I had chosen. "Bella?" Josephine's voice quavered. "What's wrong, girl?" The dog's eyes were fixed on the left-hand path, her lips pulled back to reveal teeth that suddenly seemed more wolf-like than I'd ever noticed. Her growl deepened, reverberating in her chest with primal warning. "Not that way, then," I conceded, turning toward the right-hand path. Bella's posture relaxed slightly, though her vigilance remained undiminished. We proceeded cautiously, our senses heightened to painful acuity. Each shadow might conceal a threat, each sound might herald approach. The forest changed character once more. The trees here were younger, their trunks slender and pale. Sunlight penetrated more readily, creating patterns on the ground that shifted with an almost deliberate quality, as if the light itself was alive and watching. "Do you hear that?" Josephine asked after we had walked for several minutes. I listened intently, expecting to detect the resumed rustling of our pursuer. Instead, I heard a faint but distinct tapping, like wood striking wood at irregular intervals. The sound came from all directions simultaneously, making it impossible to locate its source. "What is that?" I whispered, unconsciously tightening my grip on Bella's leash. "Someone's out there," Josephine replied, her voice barely audible. "All around us." The tapping increased in tempo, growing more insistent. It reminded me of a primitive form of communication, a code I couldn't decipher but instinctively recognized as meant for us. Bella's ears swiveled continuously, tracking the sounds. Her growl had subsided into a continuous low whine that expressed profound unease. She pressed herself against my leg, seeking reassurance I couldn't honestly provide. The path narrowed again, hemmed in by dense undergrowth that scratched at our arms and caught at our clothing. Moving forward required deliberate effort, as if the forest itself was attempting to impede our progress. "James," Josephine said, her voice tight with fear. "I think we're being herded." The observation struck me with terrible clarity. The splitting of the path, Bella's refusal to take the left fork, the tapping sounds that seemed to urge us forward, all suggested a deliberate manipulation of our movement. We were being guided deeper into the forest, away from the falls and safety, toward some unknown destination. "We need to backtrack," I decided, turning to face the way we had come. But the path behind us had vanished, replaced by a wall of vegetation so dense it appeared impenetrable. The forest had closed around us, eliminating retreat as an option. "This isn't possible," Josephine breathed, her face ashen. Yet the evidence was undeniable. We were being deliberately isolated, cut off from escape routes, forced to continue along a path chosen for us by something that understood human psychology all too well. The tapping intensified, its rhythm becoming almost frantic. It conveyed urgency now, an insistence that we proceed without delay. And beneath that sound, barely perceptible but unmistakable, was a low humming, as if dozens of voices were chanting just below the threshold of clear hearing. "We need to run," I said, abandoning my earlier caution. "Whatever's out there, I don't think it wants us to reach the end of this trail." Josephine nodded, her expression resolute despite her fear. We broke into a controlled jog, navigating the uneven terrain as best we could while maintaining our balance. Bella matched our pace, her movements precise despite her obvious distress. The forest reacted to our increased speed. The tapping sounds multiplied, becoming a chaotic percussion that seemed designed to disorient and confuse. The humming grew louder, resolving into distinct voices though the words remained unintelligible. And now, unmistakably, there was movement in the forest around us. Shapes flitted between trees, always at the edge of clear vision, never quite resolving into identifiable forms. They moved with unnatural speed and fluidity, keeping pace with us effortlessly. "Don't look at them," I gasped, sensing that direct observation would only make the entities more real, more dangerous. "Just keep moving." The path began to slope upward, contradicting my expectation that we should be descending toward the falls. We were being led higher into the mountains, deeper into isolated territory where help would be impossible to find. My lungs burned with exertion, and sweat soaked my clothing despite the cool air. Josephine stumbled beside me, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Only Bella maintained her coordination, her instincts overriding her fear. Abruptly, the path terminated in another clearing, larger than the first we had encountered. Unlike the previous bare circle, this one contained a single massive stump at its center, the remnant of a tree that must have been ancient when it was felled. We skidded to a halt at the edge of the clearing, instinctively reluctant to enter the exposed space. The tapping and humming ceased simultaneously, leaving a silence so profound it seemed to press against our eardrums. "What now?" Josephine whispered, her voice hoarse from exertion. Before I could respond, Bella stiffened, her attention locked on the far side of the clearing. A tremor ran through her body, and the whine that escaped her throat communicated pure terror. I followed her gaze and felt my heart seize in my chest. The forest on the opposite side of the clearing was moving. Not with wind, there was no breeze, but with deliberate, coordinated motion. Shadows deepened and coalesced, forming shapes that defied easy categorization. They were neither fully human nor entirely animal, but something that incorporated elements of both while transcending either definition. "Don't move," I breathed, fighting the overwhelming urge to flee. "Don't even blink." The shadows continued their slow advance, edging into the clearing with a patience that suggested absolute confidence in our inability to escape. They moved with a synchronicity that implied a shared consciousness, a collective purpose that centered on the three intruders who had ventured into their domain. In that moment, standing at the edge of the clearing with death approaching in forms I couldn't comprehend, I understood with perfect clarity. We had stumbled into territory that didn't belong to us, had never belonged to humanity. This was old land, governed by rules and entities that predated human civilization by eons, and we had been judged as trespassers. The realization came with startling clarity. We were not meant to witness what was unfolding before us. The clearing, the massive stump, the approaching shadows, all existed in a realm where human observation was an intrusion, a violation of ancient boundaries. Bella's behavior confirmed my intuition. Her body trembled violently, and the whine that escaped her throat rose in pitch until it became almost inaudible to human ears. Her instincts, unclouded by human rationalization, recognized the absolute danger we faced. The shadows had nearly reached the central stump, moving with that unsettling fluid coordination. As they drew closer, details became visible that my mind struggled to process. Elongated limbs that bent at impossible angles, features that shifted and rearranged themselves, surfaces that absorbed light rather than reflecting it. James, Josephine whispered, her voice barely audible. We need to leave. Now. I nodded, unable to form words. With infinite caution, I began to edge backward, guiding Josephine and Bella away from the clearing. Each step required immense concentration, fighting against the paralysis of terror that threatened to root us in place. The shadows paused in their advance, seeming to notice our retreat. For a breathless moment, they remained motionless, as if considering our actions. Then, with a suddenness that tore a gasp from Josephine's throat, they surged toward us. "Run!" I shouted, abandoning all pretense of stealth. We turned and fled, crashing through undergrowth without regard for the trail. Bella took the lead, her instincts guiding her toward escape with unerring precision. Branches whipped at our faces, roots threatened to trip us, but the terror driving us forward overwhelmed all physical discomfort. Behind us, the forest erupted with sound, not the tapping and humming of before, but a cacophony of inhuman voices, shrieks and howls that contained no recognizable language, yet conveyed unmistakable rage. The pursuit was relentless, gaining ground with every passing second. Josephine stumbled, her foot catching in a concealed root. I grabbed her arm, hauling her upright without breaking stride. "Keep moving," I gasped, my lungs burning with the effort of speech. The terrain began to slope downward, and I allowed myself a flicker of hope. Downhill meant we were heading toward the falls, toward safety and other people. If we could just maintain our pace, just stay ahead of whatever hunted us through these ancient woods. Bella suddenly skidded to a halt, so abruptly that I nearly collided with her. Her body went rigid, her hackles raised to their full height. A growl rumbled in her chest, deeper and more threatening than any sound I had ever heard her make. I looked up and felt my heart stutter in my chest. The path ahead was blocked by a figure that defied description, a suggestion of humanity distorted beyond recognition, a compilation of forest elements assembled into a mockery of human form. It stood motionless, neither advancing nor retreating, simply existing as an impassable obstacle. "This way," Josephine cried, tugging me to the right, where a narrow gap between densely packed trees offered a potential escape route. We veered from our original course, following this new direction with desperate speed. The sounds of pursuit intensified, seeming to come from all sides now. The forest had awakened fully to our presence, and every living thing within it had joined the hunt. My breath came in ragged gasps, insufficient to feed my oxygen-starved muscles. Josephine fared no better, her face pale with exertion and fear. Only Bella maintained her pace, driven by instincts more powerful than physical limitations. The trees began to thin, allowing more light to penetrate. The undergrowth became less dense, permitting faster movement. And then, gloriously, I heard it. The distant roar of Cascade Falls, barely audible but unmistakable. "We're getting close!" I shouted, renewed energy flowing through my exhausted limbs. "The falls! I can hear them!" Josephine nodded, unable to spare breath for a reply. Her expression mingled hope with lingering terror, unwilling to believe in our escape until it was accomplished. The sounds of pursuit had changed character, becoming more frantic but also more distant. Whatever hunted us seemed reluctant to follow as we approached the boundary of their territory. The realization fueled our final desperate sprint toward safety. Bella led us unerringly, her nose guiding her toward human sense and the promise of protection. The path widened, becoming more defined, showing signs of regular human traffic. Fallen branches had been cleared, overhanging vegetation trimmed back. And then, miraculously, we burst into sunlight. The main trail stretched before us, broad and well-maintained. In the distance, I could see colorful clothing, other hikers, blissfully unaware of the terrors that lurked just beyond their recreational paradise. We collapsed onto the path, our legs finally surrendering to exhaustion. Bella stood guard over us, her attention fixed on the forest we had just escaped, her body still tense with vigilance. Did that really happen? Josephine gasped, her voice ragged. Did we really see? I had no answer that would make sense of our experience. The rational part of my mind was already constructing explanations. We had become disoriented, misinterpreted natural phenomena, allowed fear to distort our perceptions. But deeper knowledge persisted, immune to rationalization. We had encountered something ancient and inhuman, something that regarded our presence as an invasion to be repelled. And we had been permitted to escape only because we had fled toward boundaries it respected. For now. Bella whined softly, pressing against my side. Her eyes held a wisdom beyond human comprehension, an acceptance of realities we preferred to deny. She had always known such things existed. It was we humans who maintained the comfortable fiction of our dominion over the natural world. Slowly, painfully, we rose to our feet and began the long walk back to the parking area. Other hikers passed us, smiling and nodding, commenting on the beauty of the day and the magnificence of the falls. None of them showed any awareness of the darkness that dwelled just beyond the manicured trails, the ancient presences that watched and waited with inhuman patience. And I lacked both the words and the courage to warn them. The journey back to the parking area progressed in a surreal haze. My body moved automatically, placing one foot before the other, while my mind struggled to process what we had experienced. Josephine walked beside me in silence, her face set in an expression that mingled exhaustion with lingering terror. Bella remained unusually alert, her ears constantly swiveling to catch any sound from behind us. Occasionally, she would stop and stare into the forest with focused intensity, as if tracking movement invisible to human eyes. Each time, I would tug gently on her leash, urging her forward with a desperation I couldn't fully articulate. Other hikers passed us on the trail, their cheerful greetings and casual conversation jarring against our state of mind. They existed in a different reality, one where the forest was merely a recreational space, a pleasant backdrop for photographs and picnics. Their ignorance felt like both a blessing and an indictment. They have no idea, Josephine murmured as a laughing family strolled past us. No idea what's out there. I nodded, uncertain whether I envied or pitied their obliviousness. Maybe that's for the best. The sun was beginning its descent toward the horizon, casting longer shadows across the trail. Under normal circumstances, I would have appreciated the golden quality of the late afternoon light, the way it transformed the forest into a cathedral of illuminated green and amber. Now, each shadow seemed to harbor potential threats, each darkened space between trees a possible hiding place for watchers. Do you think they'll follow us? Josephine asked, her voice so low I barely caught the words. I considered the question carefully, wanting to offer reassurance, but unwilling to lie. I don't think they can, I replied finally. Or maybe they won't. It felt like there were boundaries, rules. She nodded, accepting this assessment with visible relief. They could have caught us if they wanted to. They were faster, knew the terrain better. But they stopped. The observation sent a chill through me. She was right. Our escape had been permitted rather than achieved. We had been allowed to flee, perhaps as a warning, perhaps as a message to other potential intruders. As we approached the main viewing area for the falls, the increased human presence provided a sense of security that was largely psychological, but welcome nonetheless. Families were packing up their picnics, photographers capturing final images in the favorable late afternoon light, children squealing as they splashed in the shallower sections of the pool. Bella's tension visibly decreased as we integrated with this crowd. Her tail, which had been tucked tightly against her body, now hung in a more natural position, occasionally offering a tentative wag when children approached to pet her. She feels safer here, I observed, stroking her head. Among people. Josephine nodded. So do I. We paused at the main viewing platform, ostensibly to appreciate the spectacle of Cascade Falls, but actually to reassure ourselves with the presence of dozens of other humans. The waterfall thundered down the cliff face, magnificent and oblivious to the darkness that dwelled just beyond its periphery. A park ranger approached, clipboard in hand, making routine checks before the area closed for the evening. "Heading out soon?" he asked pleasantly. "We'll be closing the gates at sunset." "Yes," I replied, studying his face for any sign that he knew, that he understood what lurked in the deeper sections of the forest he was tasked with overseeing. His expression revealed nothing beyond professional courtesy. "Did you folks make it up to the North Forest Loop?" he inquired, glancing at our muddy boots and the scratches on our arms. "Looks like you had quite the adventure." I hesitated, unsure how to respond. Part of me wanted to grab him by the shoulders to shake him and demand to know if he was aware of what existed in the territory he claimed to manage. Instead, I merely nodded. "We started that trail," Josephine interjected. "But turned back, it got intense." The ranger chuckled. "Yeah, that's a challenging route. Not many visitors take it all the way around. Smart of you to know your limits." His casual dismissal of our experience stung, but I recognized the futility of trying to explain. What would I say? That we had encountered entities that defied rational explanation, that the forest itself had seemed to conspire against us, that boundaries existed within his jurisdiction that had nothing to do with park management, and everything to do with ancient territories and their inhuman guardians. "Have there ever been any incidents on that trail?" I asked instead, keeping my tone conversational. "People getting lost or reporting unusual experiences?" The ranger's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of something, caution, recognition, crossing his features before his professional demeanor reasserted itself. "Nothing official," he replied carefully, "though we do recommend hikers stick to the main trails unless they're experienced." He held my gaze a beat longer than was comfortable, then glanced at his watch. "You folks should probably start heading back to the parking area. Sunset in about 40 minutes. As he walked away, I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew more than he was willing to discuss. Whether from official policy or personal caution, he had chosen not to acknowledge whatever awareness he possessed of the forest's true nature. "Let's go," I said to Josephine, suddenly eager to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and this place before darkness fell completely. The walk back to the parking area proceeded in tense silence. Though we were on the main trail, surrounded by other departing hikers, the sense of being watched never fully dissipated. I found myself constantly scanning the forest edge, searching for movement or shapes that didn't belong. Bella's behavior reinforced my unease. While she no longer displayed the terror that had gripped her in the deeper woods, she remained vigilant, her attention frequently drawn to the forest that flanked the trail. Twice she stopped completely, staring into seemingly empty undergrowth with focused intensity. The parking lot came into view just as the sun touched the western peaks, casting long shadows across the asphalt. Our car sat where we had left it, looking impossibly normal and mundane after the otherworldly experiences of the afternoon. I unlocked the doors with trembling hands, helping Bella into the back seat while Josephine stowed our backpacks. The simple, familiar actions felt like a ritual of return, reconnecting us with the ordinary world we had temporarily lost touch with. As I slid into the driver's seat and started the engine, I allowed myself a long exhale, releasing tension I had carried for hours. Josephine reached across the console and squeezed my hand, her touch communicating shared trauma and mutual reassurance. "Let's go home," she said softly. I nodded, putting the car in reverse. As I turned to check behind us, my gaze was drawn to the forest edge at the far end of the parking lot. For an instant, so briefly I would later question whether I had seen it at all, a figure stood there, partially obscured by underbrush but unmistakably watching our departure. It was neither fully human nor completely other, a composite of shadow and substance that existed at the periphery of comprehension. And though I couldn't discern its features clearly, I sensed its message with perfect clarity. You have been warned. Do not return. I accelerated perhaps more quickly than necessary, guiding the car toward the park exit and the highway beyond. In the rearview mirror, I watched the entrance to Cascade Falls State Park recede, looking ordinary and harmless in the fading light. But I knew better now, and I would never see forests the same way again. 3 weeks have passed since our experience at Cascade Falls. On the surface, life has returned to normal. I go to work, Josephine tends her garden. Bella chases squirrels in our fenced backyard. We engage in the routines and rituals that define ordinary existence, finding comfort in their predictability. But beneath this veneer of normalcy, fundamental changes have occurred. We speak differently about the natural world, choosing our words with a care that borders on superstition. We watch the edge of the small woodland behind our property with newfound wariness. And neither of us has suggested a hiking trip, though autumn weather has provided perfect conditions for outdoor activities. Bella's behavior has altered as well. She refuses to approach the property line where our yard meets the woods, standing at a distance and growling if either of us ventures too close to that boundary. At night, she abandons her customary sleeping spot at the foot of our bed to keep vigil at the bedroom window, her attention fixed on the darkness beyond our small illuminated space. I've done research, searching for explanations or similar accounts. The internet offers various theories: interdimensional beings, cryptids, hallucinations induced by environmental factors. None fully capture what we experienced, yet all contain elements that resonate with our memories. The ranger's reaction haunts me. His careful non-answer to my question suggested knowledge deliberately withheld, experiences documented but not officially acknowledged. I've considered contacting the park administration, perhaps under the guise of academic research, but something always stops me. Some instinct warns that drawing attention to what we witnessed might be dangerous, might mark us in ways I don't fully understand. Sleep comes differently now. When exhaustion finally overcomes vigilance, my dreams are filled with forests that move and shadows that watch. I wake frequently, convinced I've heard tapping against our bedroom window, wood striking wood in patterns too deliberate to be random branches in the wind. Josephine has her own manifestations of the experience. She's begun collecting books on folklore from various cultures, particularly those dealing with forest entities and territorial spirits. She underlines passages describing boundaries between human and non-human domains, rules of engagement for crossing those thresholds, protective measures for those who have witnessed what they shouldn't. It's not just our culture, she told me last night, her finger tracing a paragraph in a volume of Nordic mythology. Every society has stories about places where humans aren't welcome, entities that guard against intrusion. We've just forgotten how to listen. Her words carried the weight of revelation. In our modern arrogance, we had assumed ownership of every acre of land, believed our trails and maps and designated recreation areas somehow conferred legitimate access. We had forgotten that older claims existed, that our presence was tolerated rather than welcomed in territories that had never truly been ceded to human control. Yesterday, I found myself driving past the highway exit for Cascade Falls. I hadn't planned the detour. My conscious destination was a client meeting in the next town over. Yet there I was, slowing as the exit approached, feeling an inexplicable pull toward the place that had so terrified us. I didn't take the exit. The memory of Bella's fear, of Josephine's pale face, of shadows moving with impossible coordination. These proved stronger than whatever compulsion drew me toward the falls. But the fact that I felt that pull at all disturbs me profoundly. Are we being called back? Is our unfinished business with the forest reciprocated? The thought keeps me awake at night, staring at the ceiling while Bella maintains her vigil at the window. This afternoon, I received a small package in the mail. No return address, no note inside. Just a carved wooden figure, roughly the size of my palm, depicting something not quite human and not quite animal. The craftsmanship is exquisite, each detail rendered with unsettling precision. The wood itself is unlike any I recognize, unusually dense, with a grain pattern that seems to shift when viewed from different angles. I haven't shown it to Josephine yet. I'm not sure I will. The figure sits in my desk drawer, simultaneously a warning and an invitation. A reminder of boundaries crossed and knowledge that cannot be unlearned. Sometimes I catch myself staring at trees along the roadside, searching for signs that they are more than they appear. I find myself listening for tapping sounds when walking through quiet neighborhoods. I notice how shadows sometimes move independently of their casting objects, how spaces between trees sometimes seem deeper than physical dimensions would allow. The world has not changed. What has changed is my perception of it, my awareness of layers and territories and presences that had always existed beyond my notice. It's as though I now wear glasses that reveal an additional spectrum, allowing me to glimpse the mechanisms behind the facade of ordinary reality. Bella knows. She has always known. When she stares into seemingly empty corners of our home, when she growls at shadows that look unremarkable to human eyes, when she positions herself between us and perceived threats we cannot detect. She is acknowledging the truth we have only recently discovered, that we share this world with entities beyond our comprehension, that boundaries exist which we cross at our peril. Last night, I dreamed of the clearing with its massive stump. In the dream, I stood alone at the edge of that space, watching as the shadows gathered around the ancient wood. They moved with purpose, conducting some ceremony I could neither comprehend nor describe. And though I remained undetected in my dreaming state, I understood with perfect clarity that I was witnessing something humans were never meant to see. I woke with tears on my face, though I couldn't articulate why I had been crying. Beside me, Josephine slept restlessly, murmuring words in a language I didn't recognize. At the window, Bella stood rigid, her silhouette stark against the night sky, a guardian against forces she understood better than her human companions ever could. We will never return to Cascade Falls. We will warn others away with vague references to difficult terrain or dangerous wildlife. We will carry our knowledge like a secret burden, too outlandish to share yet too significant to forget. But sometimes, in quiet moments when the house is still and the boundary between our yard and the woodland seems particularly thin, I find myself wondering if our experience was unique, or if others have glimpsed what lies beyond the veil of ordinary perception. If so, they keep their silence as we do, understanding that some knowledge is better left unshared. The forest remembers. The forest watches. And we, having briefly trespassed in domains not our own, live with the awareness that we are permitted to exist within boundaries we did not establish and do not control. This is our reality now. And no amount of rational explanation can restore the comfortable ignorance we once enjoyed. This is truly the scariest, most horrible thing that has ever happened to me. I've never experienced such profound terror in my life. To this day, I still don't know who this man was, what he was trying to accomplish, or if he remains where I last saw him. I apologize for the extensive geographical description that follows, but I need you to understand how isolated I was when this incident occurred, and how catastrophically it could have ended if not for my parents' intervention. It was June 2023, and I had returned home for summer break for the first time in a year after beginning university. At 19, I was eager to reconnect with the landscape of my childhood. Our residence was situated just beyond the borders of a small, close-knit town completely encircled by dense forest. The property featured a modest man-made lake that branched off from a substantial river snaking for miles through the woodland, eventually splitting into several streams east of the lake. Adjacent to our home ran a narrow, grassy trail that led to the river by following one of these streams. Though it required substantial walking, approximately 3 hours round trip, It was a journey I had frequently undertaken throughout my youth. The surrounding vegetation had grown increasingly wild and untamed over the years, with thorny underbrush and fallen trees creating natural barriers that deterred casual hikers. This remoteness had always been part of its appeal to me. The pristine solitude, the untouched quality that made it feel like my personal sanctuary. The forest possessed a certain ambiance I'd never found elsewhere. During summer, sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns that shifted with the breeze. In the absence of human activity, wildlife thrived undisturbed: deer, foxes, badgers, and countless bird species. I had documented most of these encounters in journals throughout my childhood, cataloging the natural world with scientific precision inherited from my biologist father. This particular forest covered over 30 square miles of uninterrupted wilderness, broken only by the occasional stream or clearing. The nearest neighbor was 3 miles away from our property, and the closest emergency services were stationed in town, approximately 15 minutes by car, assuming optimal conditions. These details seemed inconsequential until they suddenly weren't. I knew this forest thoroughly. I understood where I could navigate through dense tree clusters to access the stream. The established trail would gradually veer northwest, moving away from the waterway, before making an abrupt westward turn several miles into the journey. By this point, the stream would be concealed deep within the forest. My routine involved continuing north, following the stream through the woodland to reach the river, then tracking the river westward to arrive at the lake. Disorientation comes easily in these woods, because the terrain doesn't simply decline toward water sources. It undulates continuously, rising and falling without discernible pattern, until you find yourself completely enveloped by trees with no clear directional markers. I had spent countless days exploring these grounds, either alone or with my father over 18 years, without ever encountering another person in the forest. My first excursion that summer occurred on a Tuesday morning. I departed early, walking along the established path away from the stream until reaching the sharp bend, then re-entering the forest. After approximately an hour of hiking, I reached the stream. The water ran clear that day, reflecting the cloudless sky above. As I knelt to cool my hands in the water, a sound pierced the natural ambiance, a bell ringing in the distance, coming from the north. The ringing was fervent and oddly rhythmic, not random as one might expect from an animal accidentally triggering it. I listened intently, initially wondering if it might be a hunting dog that had wandered from its owner. The forest amplified sounds in unpredictable ways, making distance difficult to gauge, but this seemed distinctly intentional. Despite recognizing the potential danger, I began moving toward the sound. In retrospect, my behavior was recklessly typical of horror story victims, but curiosity overwhelmed caution. As I moved, the bell continued its eerie cadence, but its source seemed to recede. After approximately 5 minutes of pursuit, the ringing ceased entirely. I paused, attempting to process what I'd heard. The stream lacked sufficient flow to transport an object producing such a clear, resonant tone. The river remained too distant to be the source. I contemplated numerous explanations, but my instincts suggested human activity, a conclusion that generated inexplicable discomfort. I attempted to dismiss these thoughts and continue my walk normally. The forest had returned to its typical sounds: birds calling, leaves rustling, distant water flowing, when I discovered something profoundly disturbing. A badger, dead and meticulously decapitated. The precision of the wound indicated it had been executed with a sharp implement, likely a hunting knife. The carcass remained relatively fresh. The body maintained flexibility without significant decomposition odor. However, the wound already hosted clusters of maggots, suggesting it had been there for at least several hours. The realization struck me forcefully. The bell sound had followed the stream's path, as had I. Logically, the badger had been placed, perhaps even killed at this location deliberately. I observed the surroundings more carefully now, noting disturbed undergrowth and what appeared to be partial footprints in softer ground. Something about the methodical nature of the decapitation disturbed me far more than finding a natural animal death. The precision spoke of patience, of time spent ensuring the cut was perfect. I photographed the scene with my phone, intending to show my father, then continued my hike with considerably more vigilance. Nothing else unusual occurred that day. I completed my circuit to the lake and returned home, mentioning the strange bell and decapitated badger to my parents over dinner. My father, an experienced outdoorsman, suggested it might be another hiker playing a prank, or perhaps evidence of poachers operating in the area. He promised to notify the local conservation officer. That night, I reviewed my photos, zooming in on the clean-edged wound of the badger. Something about the calculated nature of it prevented me from dismissing it as a simple act of cruelty or hunting. The following days passed uneventfully. I occupied myself with summer reading assignments and reconnecting with hometown friends. However, thoughts of the forest incident recurred frequently. I researched local wildlife patterns and consulted my father's extensive nature books, searching for explanations. Could territorial animals decapitate prey so precisely? Was there any record of similar incidents in the area? Nothing I discovered provided satisfactory answers. The conservation officer visited our property 3 days after my hike. He reviewed my photographs and took notes, but seemed skeptical about finding anyone responsible. "These woods are vast," he explained. "Unless someone's operating regularly in a specific area, finding them would be nearly impossible." He promised increased patrols near established trails, but acknowledged the limitations of monitoring such extensive wilderness. During this period, I experienced disturbing dreams, visions of walking endless forest paths while bell sounds echoed from every direction. I'd wake disoriented, convinced someone was observing me from beyond my bedroom window. Rational thought eventually prevailed with daylight, but the lingering unease remained. Something about the incident had fundamentally altered my perception of the forest I'd previously considered a sanctuary. My father suggested we avoid that particular forest section for the remainder of summer. "Plenty of other trails to explore," he reasoned. "No sense putting ourselves in potential danger." I agreed verbally, but internally questioned whether avoiding the area would resolve my growing unease. Part of me, the reckless, curious part, wanted answers that could only be found by returning. A week passed. The conservation officer reported finding nothing unusual during his patrols. Local hiking groups hadn't reported strange encounters. The incident began fading from immediate concern, relegated to an unusual but isolated event. Perhaps it truly had been a one-time occurrence. A hiker with bizarre habits, or a poacher avoiding detection. Logic suggested avoiding further investigation. However, logic rarely dictates human behavior when curiosity intervenes. 1 week after my initial forest encounter, I made the fateful decision to return. My rationale contained multiple flaws. I convinced myself that daylight exploration posed minimal risk, that my familiarity with the terrain provided adequate protection, that the previous incident was likely isolated. These justifications masked my fundamental motivation. I needed to confirm whether the disturbance had been anomalous or indicated a persistent threat. I departed home at approximately 6 p.m., significantly later than my previous excursion. The setting sun cast long shadows through the trees, creating alternating patterns of illumination and darkness across the forest floor. My backpack contained essential supplies: water, energy bars, a first aid kit, and a substantial flashlight, preparedness that ultimately proved insufficient. The weather forecast had predicted scattered showers, but dark clouds gathering overhead suggested more substantial precipitation approaching. I considered postponing, but calculated that I could complete at least part of my intended circuit before rainfall intensified. The humidity hung heavily in the air, creating that distinctive pre-storm atmosphere that amplifies every natural scent. I retraced my previous route, walking along the established path before diverting toward the stream. The forest appeared unchanged, identical trees, familiar undergrowth, consistent birdsong gradually diminishing as wildlife sensed the impending storm. I reached the stream location where I'd previously discovered the badger carcass. No evidence remained. Scavengers had likely removed any traces. This observation provided temporary relief. I continued toward the river, reaching it within approximately an hour. The water level had risen slightly from recent rainfall, creating subtle whirlpools where it navigated around submerged rocks and branches. Standing at the riverbank, I suddenly questioned the wisdom of my expedition. The darkening sky and increasing wind suggested the approaching storm would arrive sooner than anticipated. Additionally, sunset would occur around 9:00 p.m., leaving me potentially navigating unfamiliar terrain in darkness. Making what I believed was the prudent decision, I turned back, intending to retrace my steps to the stream and then follow the most direct route home. The first raindrops began falling as I re-entered the densest section of forest. What began as gentle precipitation rapidly intensified into a substantial downpour. Water cascaded through the canopy, creating a continuous curtain that limited visibility and transformed the forest floor into increasingly treacherous terrain. The sound of rainfall against countless leaves created an encompassing wall of white noise that masked more subtle forest sounds. I walked with increasing speed, head lowered against the deluge, navigating primarily by memory through the most open sections of forest. My focused downward gaze prevented me from noticing the obstruction until physical contact occurred. The impact wasn't particularly forceful, but the immediate sensation registered as wrong. Too solid for foliage, yet yielding in a distinctly organic manner. The accompanying odor confirmed my worst fears before visual identification was possible. An overwhelming scent of putrefaction assaulted my senses, the unmistakable stench of advanced decomposition. I raised my gaze to confront a nightmarish tableau. The decapitated badger carcass I'd discovered previously now hung suspended from a tree branch. The head had been reattached to the body through a grotesque approximation of taxidermy, secured to the front paws with what appeared to be fishing line, creating a macabre, puppet-like presentation. The entire construction swung gently in the wind, dripping a viscous greenish fluid that had partially transferred to my clothing during our collision. My physiological response was immediate and overwhelming. Violent gagging preceded dry heaving as my body attempted to purge itself in response to the sensory assault. The putrid liquid clung to my hair and face, mingling with rainwater in revolting rivulets. I frantically wiped at my skin and clothing, desperate to remove any trace of contact with the decaying matter. Initial shock gave way to horrifying realization. I had walked this exact route to reach the river, meaning the badger's remains must have been suspended after I had passed this location. Someone had been tracking my movements through the forest with sufficient proximity to anticipate my return path. The implication was undeniable. I was being observed, possibly stalked. Every unexplained sound from my journey suddenly acquired sinister significance. The subtle cracking of branches I'd attributed to wildlife movement might have been human footsteps. The occasional rustling beyond visual range could have indicated someone paralleling my path while maintaining concealment. My isolation, previously a source of comfort, transformed instantly into vulnerability. I surveyed my surroundings with new urgency, attempting to identify any sign of human presence through the continuous rainfall. The forest had become an environment of concealment, with potential observation points hidden behind every substantial tree trunk or dense vegetation cluster. Paranoia escalated rapidly as I considered how long this surveillance might have been occurring. Making a swift decision, I abandoned my planned route along the stream and began moving directly toward the established path. This alternate direction would extend my journey, but would eventually connect with the more trafficked trail where my father could potentially locate me. I accelerated to a jog despite the hazardous conditions, prioritizing distance over caution. The rainfall continued unabated, transforming the forest floor into increasingly treacherous terrain. My boots sank into softening soil with each step, occasionally sliding on exposed roots or concealed stones. Despite these challenges, I maintained my expedited pace, driven by escalating fear and the desperate need to reach more accessible territory. Then it returned. The distinctive sound that had initiated this nightmare. A bell rang through the rainfall, its tone unmistakably similar to what I'd heard during my previous visit. Unlike before, the ringing persisted with deliberate rhythm, neither approaching nor receding but maintaining consistent volume. This stability suggested the source remained stationary, perhaps intentionally signaling its presence. In that moment, rationality temporarily abandoned me. I fumbled for my phone with rain-slicked fingers, miraculously maintaining grip long enough to call my father. The connection established, I desperately explained my situation while continuing to move. I needed immediate evacuation from the forest. Someone was present, and likely stalking me. I was heading toward the path's western bend where it sharply turned. My father, recognizing genuine terror in my voice, immediately departed with my mother to meet me at the designated location. The bell continued its eerie cadence, occasionally pausing before resuming with altered rhythm. The sound seemed to shift positions subtly, first ahead, then behind, then to my right, creating the disturbing impression of encirclement. My auditory processing became increasingly unreliable as panic escalated, compounded by the rainfall's persistent white noise and my own labored breathing. My ability to maintain directional awareness deteriorated rapidly. The southwestern trajectory I'd intended to follow became increasingly uncertain as familiar landmarks disappeared in the growing darkness and relentless precipitation. My pace alternated between frantic running and hurried walking as exhaustion competed with adrenaline. Each pause to recalibrate direction was accompanied by hyper-vigilant scanning of surrounding vegetation for movement. I maintained phone contact with my mother, who relayed their progress toward the meeting point. Their presence on the established path provided a lifeline, a specific destination, and the promise of safety. I continued moving through the forest, repeatedly attempting to regulate my breathing enough to listen for sounds beyond my own movements and the persistent rainfall. Branches snapped somewhere behind me. The sound was distinctive, carrying the unmistakable quality of deliberate movement rather than natural breakage from wind or water weight. The bell rang again. Closer, more insistent. I increased my pace to full running despite the hazardous conditions, no longer concerned with injury risk from falls compared to the greater threat at my back. Complete darkness enveloped the forest now, my world reduced to the narrow cone of visibility provided by my flashlight. The rain had partially subsided, but water continued dripping from saturated foliage, creating phantom sounds that triggered repeated startled responses. My progress had become a desperate stumbling advance, each step threatening to end in a fall on the slippery terrain. The bell rang again, noticeably closer. I risked a glance backward, sweeping my flashlight in a broad arc behind me. The beam caught nothing initially, then illuminated a partial view at the clearing's edge that fundamentally altered my understanding of my situation. A tall figure stood motionless at the forest periphery. Distance and darkness prevented detailed observation, but certain elements registered with terrifying clarity. The individual's height exceeded normal proportions, though whether this resulted from actual stature or artificial extension remained unclear. More significantly, both hands manipulated a large brass bell positioned at waist level, deliberately creating the sound that had haunted my forest experiences. The figure made no attempt to conceal its presence now. It remained stationary, allowing full observation while continuing to ring the bell with methodical precision. Though facial features remained indiscernible, I perceived with absolute certainty that the figure maintained direct eye contact during this brief connection. An unspoken message transmitted across the separation, acknowledgement that the game of observation had progressed to direct confrontation. This visual confirmation catalyzed previously untapped physical resources. I abandoned all pretense of measured movement and launched into genuine flight. My legs propelled me forward with unprecedented speed, fueled by primal survival instinct rather than conscious direction. I screamed continuously, partly to attract potential rescuers, partly as involuntary vocalization of absolute terror, and partly as psychological defense against the sounds potentially emanating from behind. "I'm on the phone with the police right now," I shouted into the darkness. "They're waiting on the path. They know where I am." The deception was instinctive, an attempt to deter pursuit by suggesting imminent intervention. In reality, my connection remained exclusively with my parents, who continued advancing toward our rendezvous point. I desperately wanted to call out directly to my father, to beg for immediate rescue, but strategic thinking prevailed through the panic. Revealing my exact position and vulnerability might accelerate whatever intentions the pursuer harbored. Instead, I maintained forward momentum while periodically glancing backward, expecting to see the figure directly behind me with each turn. My physical condition deteriorated rapidly. Oxygen deprivation created lightheadedness that threatened consciousness. My throat burned from continued screaming and gasping. Muscles approached complete failure after sustained maximum exertion. Even terror has physiological limitations. The body cannot maintain emergency response indefinitely without consequence. I became vaguely aware that my backpack was no longer present, apparently lost during the frantic flight without conscious recognition of its absence. My phone remained clutched in a death grip, the connection to potential salvation too precious to relinquish despite the encumbrance to efficient movement. Time perception distorted completely. What objectively lasted perhaps 15 minutes expanded subjectively into an eternal nightmare of perpetual flight without progress. The forest seemed determined to prevent escape, presenting endless identical landscapes regardless of distance covered. My awareness narrowed to fundamental survival priorities: maintain direction, maximize speed, preserve consciousness. Then, sudden auditory salvation pierced the darkness. My father's voice calling my name with unmistakable urgency. The sound originated ahead and slightly left of my current trajectory, providing crucial navigational correction. I altered course immediately, abandoning any remaining caution in favor of direct approach to the voice's source. "Dad!" I screamed, my voice barely functional after sustained abuse. "I'm here. He's behind me." The admission of pursuit escaped without strategic consideration, raw truth emerging from overwhelming fear. My father continued calling, the changing intonation confirming visual contact had been established. His voice contained the distinctive quality of someone observing distress while closing distance to intervene. When we finally connected physically, I collapsed against him with complete abandonment of remaining strength. My legs buckled instantly. Functioning ceased the moment safety appeared attainable. "The bell," I gasped between desperate breathing attempts. "Did you hear it? There's someone following me." My father confirmed auditory detection of the bell both directly and through my mother's phone connection during my flight. This validation provided crucial psychological reinforcement. The experience wasn't hallucination or panic-induced misperception, but objectively verifiable threat. Supporting most of my weight, my father expedited our movement toward the waiting vehicle where my mother maintained engine running and doors unlocked in preparation for immediate departure. The final distance to established path and subsequent vehicle transfer remains absent from memory, a period lost to trauma-induced dissociation. Our departure from the area occurred with maximum urgency. My mother navigated the rural roads with uncharacteristic speed, while my father maintained vigilant observation through rear windows for pursuit. During this journey, I provided fragmented description of the encountered figure between continuing attempts to normalize respiratory function. Upon reaching home, security protocols were implemented, doors locked, authorities contacted, neighbors alerted to potential forest presence. The police response remained frustratingly standardized, despite the evident terror we displayed. Without specific threat, assault, or identified individual, their capacity for intervention remained limited. They promised increased patrols and took detailed statements, but operational reality constrained meaningful action. In subsequent days, conservation officers and local police conducted limited forest exploration focused around our described locations. Nothing conclusive emerged beyond confirmation that something unusual had occurred. Disturbed vegetation consistent with frantic movement, a recovered backpack containing my abandoned belongings, and most significantly, remnants of crude twine and animal tissue at the location where I described the suspended badger carcass. I never returned to that forest. The experience permanently altered my relationship with natural environments, transforming previously comforting isolation into potential vulnerability. Nightmares persisted for months afterward, featuring variations of pursuit through endless trees, while bell sounds provided countdown to inevitable capture. To this day, I cannot definitively explain what occurred during those summer forest visits. The most rational explanation suggests a disturbed individual establishing territory and responding to perceived intrusion. Alternative theories proposed by investigators included illegal hunting operations, protecting discovery, territorial transience, or even elaborate harassment from unknown individuals with undetermined motivation. Whatever the explanation, the primal fear experienced during those moments permanently altered my perception of safety in familiar environments. The Watcher in the woods remains unidentified, their purpose unknown, their current location uncertain. Only one conclusion emerges with absolute certainty. The most terrifying threat is not supernatural predation, but calculated human malevolence operating beyond society's protective boundaries. The float plane's engine faded into the distance, leaving me in a silence so profound it felt like pressure against my eardrums. Standing on the wooden dock extending into Sitka Lake, I watched until the aircraft was nothing more than a speck against the vast Alaskan sky. My new home, a weathered ranger cabin nestled between ancient spruce trees, waited behind me, while the jagged peaks of the Chugach Mountains loomed on the horizon. My name is Anuniak, meaning hunter in Inupiaq. It's not my birth name, but one I adopted when I first came to Alaska 5 years ago. The locals found it fitting for a park ranger who spent more time tracking wildlife than sitting behind a desk. Now, I stood at the edge of Denali National Park's most remote outpost, 200 miles from the nearest town, tasked with monitoring wildlife activity and rescuing the occasional lost hiker. I shouldered my pack and trudged up the narrow path to the cabin. The isolation had appealed to me when I applied for the position. After losing my partner in a climbing accident in Yosemite, I craved distance from people and their sympathetic glances. Here, with nothing but wilderness stretching in every direction, I could focus solely on survival. The cabin's interior was Spartan, a wood stove, desk, cot, and shelves stocked with essentials. Radio equipment occupied one corner, my lifeline to civilization. The previous ranger, Aaron, had left abruptly mid-season. The Park Service remained vague about his departure, mentioning only personal reasons. His field journal sat open on the desk, the last entry dated just 3 weeks earlier. I flipped through the pages, scanning Aaron's meticulous notes on wolf migrations, bear sightings, and weather patterns. His handwriting grew increasingly jagged in the final entries. The last page contained a single sentence. It watches from the tree line. Night fell quickly. I stoked the wood stove and settled in with a cup of coffee, listening to the forest sounds. Wind through pine needles, an owl's distant call, the occasional rustle of underbrush. Normal wilderness ambience until a sharp crack echoed from the darkness. Too heavy for deer. Too deliberate for a falling branch. I grabbed my flashlight and stepped onto the porch, sweeping the beam across the tree line. Nothing moved in the thick shadows between trunks. As I turned to go back inside, I caught a glimpse of something pale among the trees, taller than a man, motionless. I focused my light directly on the spot, but found only darkness. The forest had fallen completely silent. Sleep came fitfully that night. I dreamed of being watched by eyes I couldn't see. The next morning, I hiked the perimeter of my assigned area, familiarizing myself with the terrain. The pristine landscape stretched endlessly, dense forest giving way to alpine meadows, rocky outcrops, and hidden valleys. Tracks in the soft earth told stories of moose, wolves, and bears, creatures I'd been trained to monitor and occasionally protect hikers from. Near a small creek, I found something unusual, a partial footprint pressed into the mud. Larger than any human foot, with no boot tread pattern. Wider than a bear paw, with distinct toe impressions. I photographed it, made a plaster cast, and marked the location on my map. Probably a deformed bear track, I reasoned, though something about it felt wrong. That evening, I radioed headquarters with my standard check-in. "How's the isolation treating you?" asked Rivera, my supervisor. "Just fine. Quick question. Did Aaron mention anything unusual before leaving? Wildlife behavior, strange tracks?" A pause. "Nothing specific." "Why do you ask?" I described the footprint. "Probably bear," Rivera said quickly. "Listen, about the North Ridge Trail, there's a group of hikers overdue. 3 people supposed to check in yesterday. Could you do a sweep tomorrow?" The conversation shifted to search protocols, but Rivera's hasty dismissal of my question lingered. After signing off, I returned to Aaron's journal, reading more carefully. Between routine observations, he'd noted unusual incidents, strange noises at night, damaged equipment with no explanation, a persistent feeling of being watched. Entries I'd initially dismissed as the ramblings of someone succumbing to isolation. Outside, the wind picked up, driving rain against the windows. Through the downpour came a sound that froze me in place. A long, mournful howl, neither wolf nor human, echoing across the lake. It rose in pitch before abruptly cutting off. I waited for it to repeat, but only the rain answered. The hiker's trail took me north the next day, climbing toward higher elevations. Fog clung to the mountaintops, reducing visibility to mere yards in places. I called periodically, my voice swallowed by the mist. After 4 hours of hiking, I found a campsite. Tent collapsed, supplies scattered, signs of hasty departure. No blood, no struggle, just abandonment. Gathering what equipment I could, I followed their new trail, erratic, heading off path into denser forest. They'd been running from something. I found them huddled in a natural rock shelter, soaked and terrified. 2 men and a woman in their 30s, experienced outdoors people according to their permits. The woman, Kai, had a sprained ankle. Miles, the taller man, clutched a hunting knife with white knuckles. The third, Beck, stared vacantly into the distance. "Thank God," Miles said when he spotted me. "We need to get out of here. Now." "What happened?" I asked, checking Kai's ankle. They exchanged glances. "You wouldn't believe us," Beck said. "Try me." Miles lowered his voice. "We were setting up camp when we heard movement in the trees. Thought it was a bear. I grabbed the bear spray, flashlight, whatever it was. It stood up, tall, 7, 8 feet at least, covered in dark hair." "Grizzly," I suggested. "No." Kai's voice was firm. "It had arms, long arms, a face, almost human but not. It watched us for maybe 30 seconds, then it started screaming. We ran," Beck continued. "It followed for a while, then stopped, but we could hear it calling all night." I kept my expression neutral while fashioning a splint for Kai. The description matched countless Bigfoot stories I'd always dismissed as campfire tales. But their fear was real. "Let's get you down to the cabin," I said. "Radio for evacuation tomorrow." The journey back was tense, every snapping twig causing them to flinch. I scanned the woods constantly, seeing nothing unusual until we neared the lake. At the water's edge, partially obscured by rushes, stood an arrangement of stones, deliberately placed in a rough circle with larger rocks at cardinal points. At the center lay a fresh moose leg, cleanly severed from the body. "Don't look at it," Miles whispered. "It makes offerings." I hurried them past. The cabin appeared unmolested, but something felt different. Inside, I found muddy prints crossing the floor, enormous, five-toed, the same as the track I'd cast. They led to the desk where Aaron's journal lay open, now to a different page than I'd left it. While the hikers huddled by the stove, I radioed headquarters. Rivera promised a helicopter at first light. No one slept. We took turns watching the windows, listening to the night sounds. Twice I heard heavy footsteps circling the cabin. Once something scraped against the door. Not claws, but something deliberate, almost like fingers. Morning brought low clouds prohibiting helicopter access. We were trapped for another day at least. "What is it?" Beck asked as we shared a meager breakfast. "What's out there?" I hesitated, then retrieved Aaron's journal. The previous ranger noticed it too. The locals have a name for it. Tornate, the Shadow One. Most write it off as legend. "It's no legend," Kai said quietly. "It wants something." I didn't tell them about Aaron's final pages, where his writing became increasingly paranoid. How he described dreams of being led deep into the forest, how he wrote of voices calling his name from the darkness, or how the last entry, in handwriting subtly different from the rest, read simply, "I am going to it. I have no choice." That day, we barricaded the doors and windows. I distributed what weapons we had, my sidearm, an axe, flare gun. The radio crackled with updates about the weather, none promising. As darkness approached, fog rolled in from the lake, so thick I could barely see the water from the porch. And in that mist, just at the edge of visibility, shapes moved. Tall, bipedal figures, at least 3 of them, weaving silently between the trees, watching us, waiting for nightfall. The fog thickened as darkness fell, transforming the familiar landscape into an alien terrain. From the cabin windows, the tree line appeared and disappeared like a mirage, revealing glimpses of movement that vanished when focused upon. I kept the hikers away from the windows, busying them with tasks, boiling water, inventorying supplies, anything to distract from the growing sense of siege. "This isn't just a territorial animal," I said, checking my sidearm for the 3rd time. "Whatever's out there, it's demonstrating intelligence." Miles nodded grimly. "The stone circle by the lake. The Tinglet people have stories about those. Markers for sacred spaces or boundaries between worlds." I raised an eyebrow. "You know the local lore?" "I'm an anthropology professor," he admitted. "This trip was research, partly. The Tinglets speak of the Kushtaka, shape-shifting creatures that lure people into the wilderness." "Great time to mention this," Beck muttered. "I thought they were just stories," Miles defended. "Every culture has wilderness spirits. Sasquatch, Wendigo, Leshy." A heavy thud against the wall silenced us. Then another. Not random, rhythmic, like knocking. 3 slow beats, pause, 3 more. "It wants to be invited in," Kai whispered, eyes wide. I motioned for silence, moving quietly to retrieve Aaron's journal. The knocking continued as I flipped through the pages, finding an entry from 2 months earlier. 3rd night of knocking, same pattern. When I don't respond, it circles the cabin until dawn. Left a small offering outside today, dried meat on a plate. The plate was empty in the morning, replaced with a perfect eagle feather. Communication attempt? Testing intelligence tonight. We'll leave 3 stones in a row, see if pattern is recognized. The next entry. Stones rearranged into a triangle by morning. It understands symbols. God help me. The knocking stopped abruptly. Footsteps crunched slowly around the perimeter of the cabin. Heavy, deliberate. At the back wall they paused. Something scraped against the logs, a slow drag upward. Through the ceiling, above the rafters, weight shifted. It was on the roof. "The chimney," Beck hissed, pointing to the wood stove pipe. I moved quickly, closing the stove's damper. Not a moment too soon. Something large pressed against the chimney cap, metal groaning under pressure. The temperature in the cabin plummeted despite the fire. My breath fogged in front of me. A wailing cry erupted from directly above, vibrating through the roof beams, a sound of rage and hunger that raised the hair on my neck. It was answered by similar cries from the forest, more distant but unmistakably the same creatures. They're communicating, I realized, coordinating. The pressure on the chimney released. Footsteps moved across the roof to the edge, then silence. For several minutes, nothing happened. The stillness was worse than the noise. Then came a new sound, soft, rhythmic, almost musical. Whistling. Beck pressed his hands against his ears. "Make it stop." "It's trying to draw us out," I said. But even as I spoke, I felt a strange compulsion to open the door, to follow the melody into the mist. It resonated on some primal frequency, bypassing rational thought. Kai gasped, pointing toward the window. Through the glass, barely visible in the fog, stood a figure. Tall, broad-shouldered, covered in dark hair. But the proportions were wrong for a human or bear. Its arms hung too long, nearly to its knees. The face remained in shadow, but I could feel its gaze. "Don't look directly at it," Miles warned, voice trembling. "Eye contact is invitation." The creature raised one enormous hand, pressing it flat against the glass. 5 fingers, opposable thumb, undeniably a hand, not a paw. The glass frosted under its touch, ice crystals spreading outward in feathery patterns. I raised my weapon, aiming at the center mass. "Back away from the window." The creature tilted its head, a gesture unnervingly human. It didn't retreat, didn't advance. The whistling grew louder, joined by a second melody, slightly discordant with the first. The effect was disorienting, like 2 voices arguing in my head. "I can't." Beck swayed on his feet. "I need to go outside." I grabbed his arm as he lurched toward the door. "Beck, stay with us." His eyes were unfocused, pupils dilated. "They're calling me. I can understand them now." The whistling shifted, harmonizing into a singular droning note that vibrated the windows. The creature at the window withdrew into the fog, but I sensed it hadn't gone far. Beck collapsed, unconscious but breathing. We moved him to the cot, away from doors and windows. The siege continued through the night, more knocking, scratching at the walls, occasional glimpses of tall figures moving through the mist. The radio remained our only link to the outside world, crackling with updates. "Weather clearing by noon tomorrow," Rivera promised. "Hang tight." Morning brought weak sunlight and dispersing fog. The forest appeared normal again, no sign of nocturnal visitors except large barefoot prints circling the cabin. I ventured out alone, sidearm ready to check the perimeter. At the front door, I found it. A freshly killed rabbit arranged carefully on a bed of spruce boughs. Not torn or eaten, just killed and presented. An offering, or a warning. Miles joined me, staring at the rabbit. "The Kushtaka were said to leave gifts before taking someone." "Taking?" He nodded grimly. "The stories say they steal people away, turn them into one of their kind. The gifts are part of an exchange. A life for a life." I kicked snow over the rabbit, wishing I could dismiss his words as superstition. But the footprints, the intelligence behind the siege, suggested something beyond animal behavior. "We just need to survive until the helicopter arrives," I said. The day passed tensely. Beck remained unconscious, muttering occasionally in his sleep. Words that sounded like language, but no language I recognized. Kai stayed by his side while Miles and I prepared for another night, gathering extra firewood and blocking the windows with furniture. I used the daylight to search Aaron's cabin more thoroughly. Under his bunk, I found a locked metal box. Inside, a journal older than the official log, filled with personal observations. The entries documented his increasing obsession with the creatures, whom he called the Watchers. He described leaving offerings, attempting communication, following tracks deeper into the wilderness. The final pages contained crude sketches of symbols he'd found carved into trees, similar to indigenous pictographs but distinctly different. A language, he believed, left specifically for him to find. The last entry chilled me. They've shown me where to go. A cave system north of the ridge, unmarked on any map. They've been there for thousands of years, watching, selecting. They say I'm ready to join them, to evolve. The human part of me is afraid, but something deeper, older, recognizes their call as right and inevitable. If anyone finds this, don't look for me. I go willingly. I closed the journal as the radio crackled. Rivera's voice came through, breaking with static. Delayed, storm front, tomorrow earliest, maintain position. The transmission cut off. I tried responding, received only static. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, the radio died completely. Perfect timing, Miles said bitterly. At the window, Kai called out, "Something's happening at the lake." We joined her, peering through the gathering dusk. The lake's surface, normally rippled by wind, had gone completely still, reflecting the darkening sky like a mirror. At the center, something broke the surface, a dark shape rising slowly from the depths. Not an animal, a structure. Stone pillars emerging from the water, forming a circle similar to the one we'd found on shore, but massive. "That's not possible," I whispered. "The lake is 40 feet deep at the center." "It wasn't there before," Kai insisted. "I was watching the water all afternoon." As the stone circle fully emerged, standing impossibly on the lake's surface, figures appeared on the shore. Dozens of them, tall and shaggy, gathered at the water's edge. Their combined whistling carried across the water, no longer dissonant, but harmonized into a complex melody that made my teeth ache and vision blur. Behind me, Beck sat up suddenly, eyes open but unseeing. "The gateway opens," he said in a flat voice. "The old ones return. This territory was theirs before humans, and will be again." He turned toward us, smiling strangely. "They're not monsters. They're what we were before civilization. What some of us can become again." His words sent ice through my veins, matching exactly what Aaron had written. I moved to restrain him, but he was already heading for the door with unnatural strength and purpose. "Beck, stop!" Kai cried. He paused, hand on the doorknob, conflict crossing his face. For a moment, I saw recognition in his eyes, fear, confusion, resistance. Then it vanished, replaced by that serene, empty smile. "They've chosen me," he said simply, and stepped outside. We rushed after him, but stopped short at the threshold. Beck walked steadily toward the lake, toward the waiting figures. They parted as he approached, forming a path to the water's edge. At the shore, he turned back once, raising his hand in farewell. Then he stepped onto the lake's surface. Impossibly, he didn't sink, walking across the water toward the stone circle as if on solid ground. The creatures followed, a procession moving across the water's surface. When Beck reached the stone circle, he turned, facing the cabin. Even at this distance, I felt his gaze lock with mine. The largest of the creatures placed a hand on his shoulder. Beck nodded. Then the entire group, stones, creatures, and Beck, sank slowly beneath the surface, leaving only ripples. The lake returned to normal. The whistling stopped. The forest sounds resumed as if nothing had happened. We retreated inside, barricading the door. None of us spoke of what we'd witnessed. Too impossible, too beyond our reality to process. But we all knew what we'd seen. That night, no creatures approached the cabin. The oppressive presence had lifted. They got what they wanted, Miles said finally. They took one, and left us alone. But as I stared into the darkness, I couldn't escape the feeling that this wasn't over. They hadn't left. They were preparing. The taking of Beck wasn't the end. It was the beginning. Dawn brought clear skies and the promised helicopter. The pilot, Jacobs, had no patience for our strange tale, attributing Beck's disappearance to disorientation and drowning. A common enough occurrence in these remote areas, he explained while loading Kai and Miles for evacuation. The lake would be dragged, a technical rescue team dispatched. Standard procedure. You coming? Jacobs asked as I helped secure their gear. I hesitated, glancing back at the cabin. My assignment here isn't finished. You sure? Those hikers are pretty spooked about whatever happened to their friend. All the more reason for me to stay. Find answers. Kai gripped my arm before boarding. Don't go near the water at night, she whispered. And if you hear whistling, block your ears. The helicopter lifted off, carrying my only human allies back to civilization. I watched until it disappeared, then returned to the silent cabin, suddenly aware of how alone I truly was. Despite the clear weather, headquarters decided to postpone the search for Beck until the following day, citing equipment logistics. I used the time to organize my observations, comparing my experiences with Aaron's notes. The similarities were undeniable. The knocking, the offerings, the whistling that compelled people toward the water. Something about the lake itself seemed central. I retrieved topographical maps from the supply closet, studying the surrounding territory. The lake occupied a perfect circular depression, inconsistent with glacial formation or volcanic activity. Archaeological surveys noted unusual concentrations of prehistoric artifacts around its perimeter, stone tools dating back 12,000 years, cave paintings depicting tall, thin figures. More recent records mentioned a pattern of disappearances. Hikers, hunters, even 2 previous rangers in the 1970s. All written off as accidents, exposure, animal attacks, all occurring during periods of unusual fog. As evening approached, I ventured to the shore, careful to maintain distance from the water. The lake's surface reflected the sunset, deceptively peaceful. Using binoculars, I scanned the center where the stone circle had emerged. Nothing visible now, just unbroken water. At the exact spot where Beck had walked into the lake, I found footprints, his boot prints leading to the water, but also larger, bare footprints emerging from the lake onto land. Something had come out as he had gone in. An exchange. A rustling in the underbrush made me turn sharply. 30 yards away, partially hidden by spruce branches, stood a figure. Not one of the creatures, a man. Gaunt, bearded, wearing tattered ranger clothing. Aaron. Our eyes met briefly before he melted back into the forest. I called out, pursuing, but found only broken branches and a lingering musky odor, unlike anything human. Back at the cabin, I radioed headquarters, reporting the sighting. Rivera's response was immediate and unexpectedly intense. Under no circumstances are you to approach or attempt contact with Aaron, he ordered. If sighted again, return to the cabin and lock down. Clear? What happened to him? I demanded. I have a right to know what I'm dealing with. A long pause. The official record states Aaron Kirschling went AWOL, presumed dead. Unofficially, there have been sightings. He's not himself anymore. What does that mean? It means he's dangerous. Compromised. Rivera's voice dropped. This isn't the first incident at Sitka Lake. There's a reason we staff it with single rangers, minimal contact with hikers. The indigenous people called it Tsaaganan Mene, Lake of the Changed Ones. You knew. Anger rose in me. You sent me in blind. Would you have believed me? Listen, extraction team arrives tomorrow. Just survive the night. The radio went silent, leaving me with the growing certainty that headquarters knew far more than they admitted. The remote posting, the vague briefing, the immediate evacuation of witnesses, all suggested a pattern of containment rather than investigation. Night descended. I checked all locks, windows, the chimney cap. Outside, fog began rolling in from the lake. Thick, unnatural fog that seemed to glow faintly from within. Through the mist came that now familiar sound, whistling but different than before. A new melody, somber and achingly beautiful. Despite my resolution to ignore it, I found myself drawn to the window, peering into the whiteness. A figure emerged slowly from the fog. Aaron, standing at the clearing's edge. He looked more human than during our brief encounter earlier, though still wild-eyed and filthy. He raised his hand in greeting, then beckoned. Against all logic and self-preservation, I found myself opening the door, stepping onto the porch. The whistling grew louder, but not from Aaron, from the forest behind him, from multiple sources. "They sent you to replace me," Aaron called, voice hoarse from disuse. "Just like they sent me to replace Keller." "What happened to you?" I asked, fighting the urge to approach him. "Evolution." He smiled, revealing teeth filed to points. "The old ones showed me what humans were before civilization, before we lost our connection to the earth, to the old magics. They've been here since the ice retreated, waiting, watching. You're not making sense, Aaron. They don't want to hurt us. They want to reclaim us." He gestured toward the lake. "There's a doorway down there beneath the stones, a pathway to their world. Once, our worlds were one, but we forgot. They help us remember." From the fog behind him, taller figures emerged. 3 of the creatures, standing silently. Up close, I could see details I'd missed before. The subtle ridge of bone above deep-set eyes, the powerful musculature beneath dark hair, hands with opposable thumbs and clawed fingertips. "Your friend Beck is changing now," Aaron continued. "Some resist, but eventually all accept. I fought too at first." The largest creature placed a hand on Aaron's shoulder, the same gesture I'd seen with Beck. Aaron leaned into the touch like an affectionate pet. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, one hand on my holstered weapon. "Because you're next." His expression softened to something like pity. "They choose carefully. People already detached from human connection, isolated souls. People like us, Anunyak." The use of my adopted name startled me. "How do you—" "They know you, have been watching since you arrived." Aaron took a step forward. "They see your pain, your loneliness after losing your partner. They can heal that emptiness." The mention of my past hit like a physical blow. No one here knew those details. "What are they?" I whispered. "The first people. The template from which humans evolved, but also something more." Aaron's eyes gleamed. "They exist in both worlds, physical and spiritual. The lake is their doorway." Behind him, the creatures began that harmonized whistling again. My vision blurred at its edges. I felt myself swaying, drawn toward their sound. With tremendous effort, I backed toward the cabin door. "Fight it," I growled. Aaron's face showed disappointment. "You can resist tonight, and tomorrow, but they're patient. They've waited thousands of years. Your extraction team won't make it. The weather will turn again. It always does when they will it." As if summoned by his words, the wind picked up, swirling the fog around us. In the distance, thunder rolled over the mountains. "How many?" I demanded. "How many have they taken?" "Dozens. Hundreds over centuries." Aaron's form seemed to waver in the fog, becoming less distinct. "Some become like them. Others become messengers, like me." The creatures moved forward, flanking Aaron. Up close, their faces became clearer, intelligent eyes studying me with ancient patience. Not animals, not human. Something that made both categories seem inadequate. I drew my weapon. "Stay back." Aaron laughed, a hollow sound. "Bullets won't stop them. They're not fully here, not fully physical unless they choose to be. To demonstrate, he passed his hand through a nearby branch, through it, not around it, as if either he or the branch were partially incorporeal. I retreated into the cabin, slamming the door. Through the window, I watched Aaron and the creatures fade into the mist, their whistling lingering after they disappeared. Sleep was impossible. I spent the night cataloging everything, recording voice notes, gathering evidence. If I didn't survive, someone needed to know the truth. The storm Aaron predicted arrived with unnatural speed, sheets of rain pounding the cabin, wind threatening to tear the roof away. By morning, the radio confirmed my fears. Extraction delayed again due to weather. The lake had risen with the rain, water now lapping at the clearing's edge, creeping closer to the cabin. The forest between me and any overland escape route had become a swamp. I was trapped, just as they intended. Through the rain, I spotted movement. Dark figures standing motionless at the tree line, watching, waiting. When night fell again, they would come for me. I inventoried my resources: weapon, flares, survival gear. Meager defenses against creatures that existed between worlds. My only real chance was understanding what I faced. Returning to Aaron's journals, I found sketches of the stone circle, covered in symbols similar to those from the ancient cave paintings. Between the cryptic entries and ravings were pieces of actual research, references to archaeological papers, tribal legends, geological surveys. One entry stood out. The stones are a gateway, but also a prison. They can only cross over at certain places, certain times. The circle must be complete. A plan began forming. Not for escape, but confrontation. If I couldn't flee, I would face them on my terms, not theirs. I would break their circle. As daylight faded and the storm intensified, I prepared myself. The lake had risen further, water surrounding the cabin on 3 sides. Soon, the cabin itself would become an island. Through the gathering darkness, I saw him again. Aaron, standing in water up to his knees, watching the cabin. Behind him, breaking the surface of the lake, stone pillars began to emerge once more. The gateway was opening, their world reaching into ours. And I was out of time. With water surrounding the cabin and night falling rapidly, I made final preparations. If rescue wasn't coming, I needed to either end this siege or understand it fully. Aaron's journal suggested the stone circle was key, both gateway and vulnerability. I stripped down to essentials: thermal layer, waterproof outer shell, knife, sidearm, emergency flares. In my pocket, I placed a small stone carving found among Aaron's possessions. A crude representation of the creatures, worn smooth from handling. A totem or key, perhaps. The rain lightened to a misty drizzle as I stepped onto the porch. Water had transformed the clearing into a shallow extension of the lake, reflecting the clouded night sky. At the tree line stood silent watchers, 5 of the creatures now with Aaron among them. In the lake beyond, the stone circle had fully emerged, black against the darker water. No whistling tonight. They were done with lures and enticements. This was confrontation. I waded into the knee-deep water, maintaining distance from both the tree line and the deeper lake. The cold bit through my clothing immediately, not normal cold, but a bone-deep chill that seemed to reach for my core. "I know what you want," I called out. "You've been taking people for centuries, changing them." Aaron separated from the group, moving parallel to me through the shallows. "Not taking," he corrected, elevating, returning to original form. "Those creatures aren't human," I countered. "Never were." "Wrong. They're what humans were before the split, before we lost our connection to the spirit world." Aaron's movements were fluid, unnaturally graceful. The Tlingit called them Kushtaka. The Inuit called them Tornite. Every indigenous culture recognized them as elder siblings to humanity. The largest creature stepped forward, at least 8 feet tall, its powerful form silhouetted against the night sky. Unlike the others, this one's hair was streaked with gray, suggesting great age. They were here when the first humans crossed the land bridge, Aaron continued. Teaching, guiding, sometimes interbreeding. But as humans changed, invented agriculture, technology, became separated from nature, the old ones retreated. The doorways began closing. Doorways like that? I nodded toward the stone circle. Portals between physical reality and the spirit realm. They exist in both simultaneously. We once did too. The elder creature made a series of gestures, complex movements of those long-fingered hands. Aaron nodded as if understanding. He says you're different from the others they've called. Stronger resistance, but also stronger potential. They've been watching you for years, not just since you arrived. Cold dread washed through me. Years? Your climbing accident wasn't random. Your partner's death wasn't meaningless. It was preparation, isolating you, breaking human connections, making you receptive. Fury replaced fear. They caused the accident, killed her. Aaron's expression showed neither confirmation nor denial. They see across time differently than we do. Cause and effect aren't linear for them. They knew you would come here, so they shaped the path. I raised my weapon, aiming at the elder creature. Tell them I'm not interested in their evolution. The creature made no move to dodge or retreat. Instead, it opened its mouth, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and emitted a sound. Not whistling this time, but words. Distorted, guttural, yet recognizable. Anunyak, it rasped. Hunter, you hunt truth. Come see. Its voice froze me in place, not with fear, but with impossible recognition. Beneath the inhuman distortion lay familiar cadences. My partner's voice. No, I whispered. The dead don't truly die, Aaron said softly. Not completely. Fragments remain in the spirit world. The old ones can access those fragments. Use them. The elder creature extended one long arm, beckoning. Come see what we are, what you can become. Its words carried my partner's inflections, her particular way of emphasizing certain syllables. A perfect mimicry, or something worse. I backed away, water splashing around my legs. This is manipulation. A trick. Then come prove it, the creature challenged, still in that horrible composite voice. See the truth with your own eyes. Aaron gestured toward the stone circle. The gateway opens only briefly. Tonight. Choose to enter willingly, or they will take you regardless. Like they took Beck? Beck saw truth, embraced change. Aaron smiled. But some fight. Those who fight are consumed differently. The implications struck me with nauseating clarity. Those who accepted transformation became like them. Those who resisted became prey. I had no good options. The cabin was now fully surrounded by water, escape routes submerged. Even if I barricaded myself inside, the rising water would force me out eventually. The creatures clearly controlled the environment itself. A third option occurred to me, Aaron's journal entry about breaking the circle. I lowered my weapon slightly. If I agree to see, to enter the gateway, I go alone. No escorts. The elder creature tilted its head, considering. After a moment, it nodded. I'll need a boat, I added. The water's too deep to wade. Aaron disappeared briefly, returning with a small kayak dragged from the equipment shed. He launched it into the shallows, holding it steady. Once you enter the circle, paddle to the center, he instructed. The passage opens below. I climbed carefully into the kayak, keeping my weapon concealed but accessible. The flares were in my jacket pocket, the stone carving a reassuring weight against my chest. As I paddled toward the stone circle, The creatures moved to the shore, watching intently. Only Aaron remained in the water, eyes reflecting moonlight like a predator's. The stone pillars loomed larger as I approached, ancient monoliths covered in spiraling symbols that seemed to move when viewed peripherally. There were 9 stones total, forming a perfect circle 30 feet in diameter. The water within the circle was unnaturally still, like glass, while outside the boundary, small waves continued to lap against the kayak. I paused at the edge, studying the arrangement. If the circle was a doorway, it needed to remain intact to function. Removing or damaging even one stone might disrupt whatever process was unfolding. Taking a deep breath, I paddled between 2 pillars into the circle's center. The air changed immediately, pressure building in my ears, a static charge raising the hair on my arms. The water beneath the kayak no longer felt like water, but something denser, more viscous. At the precise center, I stopped, watching the shore. The creatures had formed a line at the water's edge, arms raised, beginning that harmonized whistling again. The sound carried across the water with impossible clarity, bypassing my ears to vibrate directly in my skull. The water around the kayak began to glow, a blue-green phosphorescence spiraling downward into depths that shouldn't exist in a lake of this size. Looking down, I could see not a lake bottom, but a twisting tunnel of light descending into blackness. This was the gateway. The passage to whatever world existed alongside ours, home to the creatures that had hunted humans for millennia. I removed the stone carving from my pocket, studying it one last time. The crude figure resembled the elder creature on shore, locked in an eternal predatory crouch. Turning it over revealed symbols matching those on the stone pillars, a key indeed, but not for escape, for sealing the gateway. Aaron's final journal entries hadn't documented surrender, but resistance. The seeming madness masked a plan, research into how to close the passage permanently. The stone carving was a capstone, the final piece. I held it over the glowing vortex, watching the symbols begin to shine with matching light. Below, something massive moved in the depths, larger forms ascending toward the surface drawn by the opening gateway. More were coming through. An invasion, not just isolated abductions. On shore, the elder creature suddenly straightened, alerted to my true purpose. It gestured frantically to the others, who began wading into the water. Aaron's expression transformed from serenity to rage. "Stop!" he screamed, no longer sounding human at all. I dropped the stone into the center of the vortex. It didn't splash but sank like metal, picking up speed as it descended. The reaction was immediate. The water churned violently, the glow intensifying to painful brightness. The kayak rocked as the vortex began to collapse inward. Drawing my sidearm, I fired at the nearest stone pillar. Once, twice, 3 times. Stone chips flew as bullets struck ancient rock. On the 3rd hit, a large crack appeared, running the length of the pillar. The harmonized whistling from shore turned to shrieks of fury. 3 of the creatures were swimming now, covering distance with frightening speed. The elder remained on shore, making complex gestures that seemed to affect the water itself, waves rising against the direction of the wind, pushing me back toward land. I reached for the flares, aiming directly at the cracked pillar. The phosphorus charge struck true, the intense heat causing the already damaged stone to splinter further. After centuries of submersion and emergence, the thermal shock was too much. The pillar crumbled, breaking the circle. The effect was catastrophic. The vortex collapsed completely, water rushing to fill the vacuum with a thunderous roar. A shock wave spread outward from the broken circle, capsizing the kayak and throwing me into the churning water. The cold struck like physical force, driving air from my lungs. Underwater, disoriented, I glimpsed massive shapes caught in the collapsing gateway, elongated limbs, gleaming eyes, bodies twisted in forms not meant for our reality. The creatures from the deeper realm, trapped between worlds as the doorway sealed. Strong currents pulled at me, dragging me downward. Fighting against the undertow, lungs burning, I kicked toward what I hoped was the surface. My head broke water just as consciousness began to fade. Gasping, choking, I tread water, trying to orient myself. The stone circle was gone, pillars either submerged again or destroyed in the collapse. The lake's surface had returned to normal, waves driven by natural wind rather than supernatural forces. On shore, chaos. The creatures moved erratically, some dropping to all fours, others standing paralyzed. Cut off from their home realm, they seemed weakened, confused. All except the elder, who stood watching me with cold calculation. I swam for the distant shore, away from the creatures, toward the rising landscape beyond the flood zone. Behind me, splashes indicated pursuit, but sluggish, uncoordinated. My feet found purchase on submerged land that sloped upward. Stumbling, half running through knee-deep water, I headed for higher ground. A fallen tree provided my first real cover. Crouching behind it, shivering uncontrollably, I assessed my situation. The cabin was lost to the flood. My radio with it. The only path to potential rescue lay overland, through miles of wilderness potentially crawling with disoriented but dangerous creatures. And I had no way of knowing if the gateway was truly sealed or merely temporarily disrupted. Movement to my right, Aaron, emerging from the water alone. His movements were jerky, unnatural, as if he'd forgotten how to use his human form. But his eyes were clear, focused on me with predatory intensity. "You've trapped them here," he snarled. "Trapped us all." "Better than letting more through," I countered, raising my waterlogged weapon, unsure if it would still fire. "You don't understand what you've done." He advanced slowly. "They were returning to reclaim this world, to restore balance. Humans have destroyed so much, they would have corrected the damage. By replacing us, by improving us, by returning us to our original form." Aaron's movements became more fluid as he spoke, more controlled. "They offered transcendence. They offered extinction. Our extinction." He lunged suddenly, inhumanly fast, covering 10 feet in a single bound. I squeezed the trigger, but the waterlogged weapon merely clicked. Dropping it, I rolled sideways, barely avoiding his grasp. Aaron was changing before my eyes, his joints popping and realigning, fingers elongating, teeth becoming more prominent. Caught between forms, neither fully human nor creature. "They can still complete the transformation," he growled, voice deepening. "Even cut off from the home realm, it just takes longer, more painful." He stalked forward, herding me back toward the water. I retreated, searching for options. The flares were gone, lost in the lake. The knife remained, but against Aaron's transforming strength it seemed inadequate. From the corner of my eye, I spotted movement on the ridge above. Flashlight beams, human voices. The extraction team, arriving despite the creature's weather manipulation. Their control was weakening. Aaron saw them too. Hesitation crossed his increasingly inhuman features. "They'll hunt you all down," I warned. "Now that they know what's happening here." "They've always known," he snarled. "Why do you think they staff this post with solitary rangers, disposable observers, potential recruits?" He glanced at the approaching lights. "This isn't over, Anuniak. The gateway can be reopened. Will be reopened." With that, he turned and loped into the forest darkness, moving with the fluid grace of a predator. Behind him, the other creatures had already disappeared. I collapsed to my knees, exhaustion and cold finally overtaking adrenaline. As the extraction team's lights grew closer, I wondered what story headquarters would concoct to explain Beck's disappearance. What cover story would replace the truth of what haunted these woods? And I wondered how many other gateways existed across the remote wilderness. How many other ancient predators watched from the shadows, waiting for their chance to reclaim what they believed was theirs. The gateway was closed. For now. But Aaron was right about one thing. This wasn't over. 3 months have passed since that night at Sitka Lake. The official report states that Aaron Kirschling, former ranger, suffered psychotic breakdown and likely drowned while experiencing delusions. Beck Anderson, hiker, presumed victim of exposure and disorientation. The cabin damage attributed to flooding from unprecedented rainfall. Case closed. I now occupy a desk at regional headquarters in Anchorage, processing permits and filing reports. Temporary reassignment during recovery, Rivera calls it. Everyone treats me with careful distance. The ranger who survived the incident no one discusses directly. I've overheard whispers, shock, trauma, hallucinations. They took my journal, my recordings, Aaron's notes. The evidence vanished into sealed files, classified beyond my clearance level. When I pressed for answers, Rivera delivered the agency's position with practiced steadiness. What happened at Sitka Lake was a confluence of extreme weather, isolation stress, and unfortunate accidents. Nothing more. But his eyes told a different story. Fear, recognition, the look of someone guarding terrible knowledge. I wasn't the first to encounter them. Wasn't the first to be silenced afterward. My dreams are haunted by whistling melodies and stone gateways. Sometimes I wake convinced my limbs are lengthening, teeth sharpening. The transformation Aaron underwent happening to me in slow motion. I check the mirror compulsively, searching for signs of change. The extraction team found me alone on the ridge, half frozen, babbling about creatures and gateways. No sign of Aaron or the others. The lake had receded to normal levels. The stone circle vanished beneath its surface. Without evidence, my account became post-traumatic confusion. But I know what I saw. What I prevented. 2 weeks ago, I accessed restricted files using Rivera's carelessly exposed password. The truth is worse than I imagined. Sitka Lake isn't unique. Similar incidents have occurred across remote wilderness areas worldwide. Siberia, Patagonia, the Australian outback, the Canadian Northwest Territories. Always the same pattern. Isolated locations, ancient stone formations, disappearances attributed to natural causes. Governments know. Have known for decades. But what can they do against creatures that exist between worlds? Better to contain, minimize exposure, classify the evidence. Sacrifice a few to protect many. I've been watching the news with new understanding. Missing hikers in Olympic National Park, unexplained animal behavior in Yellowstone, a remote weather station in the Brooks Range abandoned after equipment malfunction. Behind these sanitized reports, I sense their influence spreading. The gateway I closed was one of many, and without their primary passage, they're becoming desperate, taking greater risks, emerging more frequently into our world. Yesterday, a manila envelope appeared on my desk. No postmark, no sender information. Inside, a single page torn from Aaron's journal that I'd never seen before, containing a hand-drawn map marking locations across Alaska. 9 sites, including Sitka Lake, each annotated with the same symbol, the stone circle. Gateway locations. Paperclip to the map, a newspaper clipping about unusual archaeological discoveries near Denali. Stone pillars uncovered by receding permafrost, estimated at 15,000 years old. Excavations scheduled to begin next month. They're opening another gateway. Last night, I dreamed of my partner for the first time since the incident, not falling to her death as in my usual nightmares, but standing at the edge of a stone circle, beckoning. Her voice overlapped with inhuman tones as she whispered, "They're coming through. You must close the circles." I woke knowing what I have to do. The agency won't help. Too compromised, too entrenched in containment rather than confrontation. I've submitted my resignation, effective immediately. Converted savings to cash, purchased supplies, weapons. The map shows the next nearest gateway in the Wrangell Mountains, 100 miles from the nearest settlement. Rivera caught me clearing out my desk this morning. His expression shifted from confusion to understanding as he noticed the map in my hand. Don't, he said quietly. You survived once. You won't be so lucky again. They're getting stronger, I countered. Breaking through more often. We can't just watch anymore. He glanced at the security cameras, then leaned closer. You think you're the first to try fighting them? Special forces teams have gone after them, never returned. They exist partially in another dimension. Conventional weapons barely affect them. I closed one gateway. I can close others. You got lucky, and now they know your tactics. Rivera shook his head. The stone carving you used, it was unique, ancient. We've never found another. My resolve wavered briefly. Then what's your solution? Keep sacrificing people? Keep hiding the truth? Containment is all we have. All we can do. I shouldered my pack. Not good enough. As I reached the door, Rivera called after me. Anunyak. He'd never used my chosen name before. If you're really doing this, there's someone you should contact. Former operative, went independent after disagreeing with agency policy. Codenamed Raven. He pressed a slip of paper into my hand. Coordinates for a remote cabin in the Neocola Mountains. She's been hunting them for years, has specialized knowledge. I studied his face. Why are you helping me now? Because you're right. Weariness creased his features. Containment is failing, and you've shown you can hurt them. That was 3 days ago. Now I sit in a float plane heading toward the coordinates, watching the wilderness unfold below. The vastness of Alaska, millions of acres of unpopulated land, perfect hiding places for ancient predators. How many gateways remain undiscovered? How many creatures walk among us, wearing human shapes, preparing for their reclamation? The pilot points ahead to a small clearing with a log structure beside a mountain stream. That's it. Want me to wait? I shake my head. No return flight. Not yet. He gives me the look I've grown accustomed to, concern mixed with suspicion. Another ranger heading into isolation, possibly toward madness. Your call. Radio if you change your mind. As the plane departs, I approach the cabin cautiously. Smoke rises from the chimney, but no other signs of occupation. I'm 10 yards from the door when it opens. The woman who emerges is tall, weather-beaten, in her 50s. A jagged scar runs from temple to jaw. Her eyes track me with predatory assessment. Rivera sent me, I call. I know why you're here. Her voice is rough from disuse. Come inside before night falls. They watch these mountains after dark. The cabin interior is sparse but functional. One wall is covered entirely with maps, photographs, drawings of stone formations. Another displays weapons, conventional and otherwise. Artifacts of bone, stone, and metal occupy a locked glass case. You closed the Sitka Gateway, she says, not a question. Temporarily, they're trying to reopen it. She nods. They're persistent, been trying to fully return for centuries. Return? This was their world first. They ruled for millennia before retreating to their spirit realm as humans evolved. She pours 2 cups of coffee, strong and bitter. Every few thousand years they test the boundaries, try to reclaim territory. You know a lot about them. I should. I was married to one. She registers my shock with grim amusement. Not knowingly, he seemed human when we met, changed gradually over years. By the time I realized what was happening, it was almost too late. She rolls up her sleeve, revealing an arm mottled with burn scars. Fire hurts them, slows the transformation. I escaped, but not before learning their plans. Which are full re-emergence. Not isolated abductions, but complete invasion. They believe humans have fallen too far from nature, become destructive to the earth. Their solution is replacement. My thoughts race. The stone carving I used to close the gateway. Part of a set. 9 pieces for 9 primary gateways. I've recovered 3 so far. She unlocks the glass case, revealing stone figures similar to the one I'd used. Each gateway requires its specific key. Hope rises for the first time in months, so they can be closed permanently. If we find all 9 keys, if we can reach all 9 gateways, her expression darkens, and if we survive their guardians. Like Aaron. Transformed humans serve as their scouts, their advanced forces, able to move in our world without attracting attention. She studies me intently. You encountered them directly, were exposed to their influence. Have you noticed any changes? The question hits uncomfortably close to my private fears. No. You would. The transformation isn't subtle. She returns to the maps. The excavation near Denali, that's our immediate problem. They're using human archaeologists to uncover a gateway that's been buried for centuries. We have to stop them. We will. Her finger traces a route through the mountains. But first you need training, weapons that work against them, knowledge of their weaknesses. She extends her hand. I'm Catherine, former anthropologist, former agency operative, current hunter of things that exist between worlds. Anuniak, I reply, taking her hand. No. She shakes her head. Names have power with them. They've already associated that identity with you, used it to track you. From now on, you need a new designation. She returns to the glass case, removing something wrapped in cloth. Unwrapped, it reveals a stone knife of unusual design. This was used by the earliest human hunters who fought against them, in their language called Torchbearer. She offers it to me. Your new name, if you accept this path. I take the knife, feeling its ancient weight. The decision solidifies within me. No returning to normal life, no pretending these creatures don't exist. Only forward into darkness, carrying light. I accept. Catherine nods grimly. Rest tonight. Tomorrow we begin preparation. The Denali excavation starts in 2 weeks. By then you need to be ready to face what guards that gateway. As night falls over the mountains, I stand at the cabin window, watching shadows deepen between trees. Somewhere in those shadows they watch, wait, plan their return. But they're not the only predators in these woods anymore. Now they're being hunted too. The gateway at Sitka Lake was just the beginning. The war for our world has begun, and I've chosen my side. I always thought moving to the cabin would be peaceful. You know, the quiet where the loudest thing is the wind in the trees and the occasional crackle of a fire. Iris loved it here. She said the woods felt alive, like they were watching over us. I used to laugh that off, but after what happened, I'm not so sure anymore. The ridge loomed behind the cabin like a wall, the trees stretched thin and tall against the sky. It was May when we first moved in, a decision made after months of city life had worn us down. The real estate agent had called it a rustic retreat, which was a polite way of saying the plumbing was questionable and the electrical wiring looked like it had been installed during the Nixon administration. But there was something about the place that pulled at us. Maybe it was the way morning light filtered through the pines, or how the creek behind the property gurgled like quiet conversation. This is it, Iris had said, her fingers intertwining with mine as we stood on the porch that first day. This is where we start over. I believed her then. I wanted to believe her. After everything we'd been through, the miscarriage, the grief counseling, the nights I'd find her staring blankly at nothing, I would have believed anything that put that spark back in her eyes. The cabin itself was simple. 2 bedrooms, a kitchen with ancient appliances, a living room with a stone fireplace that dominated the north wall. The previous owner had left behind furniture that smelled faintly of mothballs and cigarettes, but Iris said it added character. She spent those first weeks cleaning and arranging, hanging up the tapestries she'd collected over years of thrift store hunting. I focused on the practical things, fixing the loose boards on the porch, patching the roof where it leaked, making sure the well pump worked properly. During the day, it was beautiful. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, wildflowers dotted the clearing, and birds called to each other from the trees. But at night, everything changed. The woods took on a different quality after sunset. The shadows deepened, stretched, seemed to move when you weren't looking directly at them. The wind made the branches scrape against the roof like fingernails. And the silence, not the peaceful kind, but the heavy kind that makes you aware of your own heartbeat, your own breathing, that makes every small sound amplified to startling proportions. It was too still, too quiet. I'd chalked it up to my imagination, at least until that night on the porch. We were sitting outside, wrapped in a blanket, watching the stars. Iris was leaning against me, her face lit by the faint glow of the lantern beside us. She was humming softly, something she'd heard growing up, when she stopped mid-note and stiffened. "Do you see that?" she whispered, barely audible. "See what?" I asked, already feeling the hairs on the back of my neck rise. She pointed toward the ridge. At first I didn't see anything, just the black outline of trees against the sky. But then it moved, a flash of pale, almost white, slinking low to the ground. I squinted, trying to make sense of it. A deer, maybe? But it wasn't. It was too thin, its limbs too long, its movements all wrong. It crawled forward on all fours, its head jerking unnaturally, like it was struggling to balance itself. For a second it stopped and turned toward us. I froze. I couldn't see its face, but I swear it was looking at me. "It's just an animal," I muttered, trying to convince myself as much as Iris. She shook her head. "No, it's not." Her voice didn't sound like her, calm, almost reverent. She leaned forward, her eyes locked on the thing as it crawled into the shadows and disappeared. I wanted to get up, grab the flashlight and chase after it, but my legs wouldn't move. "Maybe it's a coyote," I suggested, my voice unsteady. Iris smiled faintly, her eyes still fixed on the ridge. "No," she said. "It's something else." I didn't sleep that night. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind made me jump. Iris, though, seemed perfectly at ease. She even laughed at me when I told her I'd heard something outside. "Maybe it's your forest spirit," I said, trying to make light of it. She just smiled. "Maybe it is." The next morning, I went out to check the property. The air was crisp, the ground damp from the rain the night before. Everything looked normal until I got to the edge of the clearing. Then I found something disturbing. A circle of broken branches, scattered as if something had been lying there. In the center was a pile of bones, small ones, picked clean. I knelt down, my stomach twisting. They looked like rabbit bones, but there was something off about the way they were arranged, almost like a spiral. I brought Iris out to see it. She didn't seem fazed. "It's a gift," she said simply. "A gift? From what?" She shrugged, her gaze drifting toward the ridge, the forest. I laughed nervously, but she didn't. She just stood there staring until I finally dragged her back inside. As days passed, I tried to convince myself that what we'd seen was just a sick animal, maybe a starving coyote or a feral dog. But deep down, I knew better. The way it moved wasn't natural. The way it looked at us wasn't animal curiosity. There was intelligence there, purpose. I found myself checking the locks twice before bed, pulling the curtains tight, keeping a hunting knife in the bedside drawer. Iris noticed but didn't comment. Instead, she seemed to grow more comfortable with the woods, spending hours sitting on the porch steps or walking along the tree line, collecting pine cones and interesting rocks. "Don't go too far," I'd call after her, trying to keep the worry from my voice. "I won't," she'd reply, but her eyes would drift toward the ridge, like she was looking for something, or waiting for it. I started documenting the strange things. A journal seemed too formal, so I used my phone, taking pictures of anything unusual. More bone arrangements, disturbed soil, claw marks on trees that were too high for any normal animal. I told myself it was to keep track, to look for patterns. But really, I think I needed proof that I wasn't losing my mind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the ridge, casting long shadows across the clearing, I found Iris at the kitchen table, arranging twigs and leaves into complex patterns. "What are you doing?" I asked, setting down the groceries I'd brought back from town. "Making something," she said vaguely, not looking up. I peered over her shoulder. The twigs formed an intricate web, with small stones placed at intersections. It reminded me uncomfortably of the bone spiral I'd found. "Where did you learn to do that?" She paused, her fingers hovering over her creation. "I didn't. It just came to me." "Iris, don't you think—" "Don't," she cut me off, her voice suddenly sharp. "Don't ruin this for me." "Ruin what?" She didn't answer, just gathered up her creation and walked outside. Through the window, I watched her place it carefully at the edge of the clearing, arranging it just so before walking back to the house. That night, the thing came closer. We were inside, the fire crackling low, when Iris suddenly got up and went to the window. "What is it?" I asked, already dreading the answer. She didn't reply at first, just pressed her hand against the glass. Finally, she said, "It's here." My chest tightened. I grabbed the flashlight and stepped onto the porch. The air was freezing, my breath coming out in clouds. And there it was. It stood at the edge of the clearing, upright now. Its pale body stretched and gaunt. Its limbs were too long, its hands dangling near its knees. It didn't move, didn't breathe, just stood there, watching me. I shined the flashlight on it, and it flinched, its head snapping to the side like it was trying to avoid the light. Then it dropped to all fours and skittered back into the woods, disappearing into the dark. When I turned back to the house, Iris was still at the window, smiling. "It doesn't want to hurt us," she said, her voice soft. "It just wants to watch." That was the first time I felt truly afraid, not of the thing, but of her. It started with Iris spending more time on the porch. She'd always liked being outside, but this was different. She wasn't enjoying the fresh air or taking in the scenery. She was watching, waiting. Every morning she'd step outside, barefoot, no matter how cold it was, and stare toward the ridge. At first I told myself it was harmless. Iris had always been a little more connected to the natural world than me. And if she wanted to commune with the trees, who was I to stop her? But then she started talking about it. "I see it every day now," she told me one afternoon while I was stacking firewood. She was sitting cross-legged on the porch, her hair pulled back in a messy bun, her eyes locked on the tree line. I stopped mid-swing. "You see what?" "The Watcher," she said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "It comes closer every time." I set the axe down, my stomach tightening. "Iris, this isn't funny." She turned to me, her face calm, serene even. "I'm not joking. It doesn't want to hurt us. It's curious. That's all." "Curious?" "Sure. Because that's exactly how I'd describe something that crawls on all fours like a broken marionette." I began to notice other changes in her. She stopped wearing her silver necklace, the one her grandmother had given her, the one she'd never taken off in the 5 years I'd known her. When I asked about it, she shrugged and said it felt wrong now. She started eating less, sleeping more during the day, and staying awake at night. Sometimes I'd wake at 3 in the morning to find her side of the bed empty, only to discover her sitting on the porch steps, staring into the darkness. "Come back to bed," I'd plead, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders. "In a minute," she'd say, but she wouldn't move, wouldn't even acknowledge me beyond that. I started researching, spending hours at the town library while Iris stayed at the cabin. The locals were tight-lipped about the woods, but the historical records told their own story. 3 disappearances in the last 50 years, all hikers who'd wandered off the main trails. A series of abandoned homesteads along the ridge, families who'd moved in with hope and left within months, their reasons unrecorded. One afternoon, I cornered Mr. Winters at the general store. He'd lived in the area his whole life, knew every inch of those woods. "That ridge," I said casually, bagging the groceries he'd rung up. "Any strange stories about it?" His weathered face went still. "Why do you ask?" "Just curious. My girlfriend and we've been seeing wildlife. Unusual wildlife." He studied me for a long moment, then leaned forward. "Listen to me carefully, young man. Those woods are old, older than this town, older than any of us can understand. There are things in there that don't have names, things that were here long before us and will be here long after." "What kind of things?" My mouth had gone dry. He shook his head. "The kind you don't want to attract attention from. The kind that notice when you notice them." He pushed my groceries toward me. "My advice? Sell that cabin. Move back to wherever you came from. And don't look for things in the dark. You might find them." I drove home with his words echoing in my head, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. When I pulled up to the cabin, Iris was standing at the edge of the clearing, looking toward the ridge. As I got out of the car, she turned to me, and for a second, I didn't recognize her. Her face was the same, but her eyes, they looked hollow, distant, like she was seeing something I couldn't. "He's coming tonight," she said. I didn't ask who. That night, I woke up to find Iris's side of the bed empty. At first, I thought she'd gone to the bathroom or maybe downstairs for a drink of water, but when I didn't hear any movement, I got up to check. The house was silent, the kind of silence that presses on your ears. The door to the porch was wide open, letting in a freezing draft. My heart dropped. I grabbed a flashlight and stepped outside. The moon was high, casting long shadows over the clearing. "Iris," I called, my voice shaky. No answer. I followed the faint tracks in the snow, my breath coming out in short, panicked bursts. They led toward the woods. "Iris!" I shouted again, louder this time. Finally, I saw her. She was standing just inside the tree line, her back to me, staring at something I couldn't see. "Iris!" I yelled, running to her. "What the hell are you doing?" She didn't turn around. Her breath fogged in the cold air, slow and steady, like she wasn't freezing in nothing but a sweater and pajama pants. "Do you hear it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. I grabbed her arm and spun her around. "Hear what? What are you talking about?" She smiled faintly, her eyes distant. "It's singing." The hairs on my neck stood up. An icy feeling spread through my chest, freezing me from the inside out. "We're going inside," I said, pulling her back toward the cabin. She didn't resist, but as we walked, she kept glancing over her shoulder, like she was leaving something important behind. Back in the cabin, I sat her down on the couch, wrapping a blanket around her shoulders. Her skin was ice cold, but she wasn't shivering. Her eyes kept drifting to the window, to the dark woods beyond. "Iris, look at me," I said, kneeling in front of her. "What's happening to you?" She finally focused on my face, and for a moment, I saw clarity there. Saw the woman I'd fallen in love with. Fear flickered in her eyes, and she grabbed my hands. "I can't stop thinking about it," she whispered urgently. "I see it when I close my eyes. I hear it calling me." "What does it want?" She shook her head. "I don't know, but it's so lonely, so hungry." "Hungry for what?" Her eyes darted to the window again. "For connection, for understanding." She squeezed my hands tighter. "Help me." I pulled her into my arms, feeling her trembling now. "I will. We'll leave tomorrow. Go back to the city. Get you some help." She nodded against my shoulder, but when I pulled back to look at her, that distant look had returned to her eyes. Whatever moment of clarity she'd had was gone. The next day, she acted like nothing had happened. She hummed to herself while making breakfast, joked about how I needed to chop wood faster, and didn't mention the previous night at all. Something was wrong. That afternoon, while she was outside, I found something near the edge of the clearing. A bundle of sticks, tied together with twine, sitting on top of a patch of disturbed snow. At first, I thought it was just some weird debris, but then I noticed the hair tangled in the twine. Long, dark strands that looked exactly like Iris's. I showed it to her when she came back inside. "Do you know anything about this?" I asked, holding it up. Her eyes lit up and she reached for it. "It's a gift," she said, cradling it like it was something precious. "A gift from what?" I demanded. She shrugged, still smiling. "The forest." I took it outside and burned it. Iris watched me from the porch, her face expressionless. When night fell, I made sure all the doors and windows were locked. I even pushed the heavy oak dresser in front of the bedroom door. Iris watched me with amusement. "You can't keep it out," she said softly as we got into bed. "It's already in." I pretended not to hear her, but sleep eluded me that night. I lay awake, listening to Iris's breathing beside me, wondering if I'd wake up to find her gone again. But she stayed, though her sleep was restless, her body twitching, small whimpers escaping her lips. Around 3 in the morning, I heard it, a scraping sound, like nails dragging across the outer wall of the cabin. Slow, deliberate. I sat up, heart pounding. Iris was still asleep, her face peaceful now, as if the sound had somehow soothed her. The scraping continued, circling the cabin. I reached for the hunting knife in the drawer, gripping it tightly as I slipped out of bed. The floorboards creaked under my weight as I moved toward the window, parting the curtains just enough to peer out. The night was clear, moonlight illuminating the clearing. And there, at the edge of the woods, stood the thing. It was watching the cabin, its head tilted at that unnatural angle. As I stared, it took a step forward, then another, its movements jerky and wrong, like a puppet with half its strings cut. I backed away from the window, knife clutched to my chest. The scraping had stopped, but now I heard something worse. The soft creak of the porch steps, the slight rattle of the doorknob. It was trying to get in. I glanced at Iris, still sleeping soundly. Should I wake her? What if she tried to let it in? The doorknob stopped rattling. Silence fell again, heavy and oppressive. I waited, counting my heartbeats, straining to hear any sound of movement. Minutes passed, then an hour. Finally, exhaustion overtook me, and I crawled back into bed, the knife still in my hand. I didn't sleep, just lay there, watching Iris, watching the door, jumping at every creak and groan of the old cabin. When dawn broke, I was still awake. Iris stirred beside me, stretching like a cat, a small smile on her lips. "You look terrible," she said, touching my face. "Bad dreams?" I looked into her eyes, searching for any sign of the Iris I knew. "We need to leave," I said. "Today." Her smile faltered. "I can't leave." "Why not?" She looked toward the window, toward the ridge. It wouldn't like that. The breaking point came 3 nights later. I woke up to the sound of something moving on the roof. Slow, deliberate footsteps. I lay there holding my breath, straining to listen. Then I realized Iris wasn't beside me. I bolted upright and looked around. The curtains were open, and through the window, I saw her. She was standing in the clearing, looking up at the ridge. I threw on my boots and coat, grabbing the flashlight as I stumbled out the door. The cold hit me like a slap, but I didn't care. "Iris?" I yelled, running toward her. She didn't move. When I reached her, I grabbed her shoulders and spun her around. Her eyes were wide, unfocused, like she was in a trance. "What are you doing?" I shouted. She didn't answer. She just pointed toward the ridge. I followed her gaze, and there it was. The thing stood at the edge of the forest, half hidden in the shadows. It was taller now, its limbs impossibly long, its face a pale, featureless void. It tilted its head as if studying us, and then stepped forward, its movements jerky and wrong. I dragged Iris back to the cabin, my heart pounding. She didn't fight me, didn't say a word, just kept looking over her shoulder at the thing. When we got inside, I locked the door and shoved a chair under the handle. Iris sat at the table, staring out the window with a faint smile on her face. "It doesn't want to hurt us," she said softly. I paced the floor, running my hands through my hair. "This is insane, Iris. That thing isn't natural. It's not some forest spirit. It's something else. Something wrong." She looked at me, her eyes clearer than they had been in days. "I know what it is." "What?" "It's lonely." I stared at her. "Lonely. That thing isn't human, Iris. It's not even an animal. It was a man once," she interrupted. "A long time ago, but the forest changed him." My skin crawled. "How do you know that?" "It told me, in my dreams." She looked back out the window. "It's been alone for so long, watching people come and go. It just wants company." "So it's what? Trying to take you? Turn you into whatever it is?" She shook her head. "Not take. Share. It wants to show me things." I knelt in front of her, taking her cold hands in mine. "Listen to me, Iris. We're leaving tomorrow. First light. I don't care what we have to leave behind. We're getting out of here." She pulled her hands away. "I'm not going anywhere." "Yes, you are. Even if I have to drag you." Her eyes hardened. "You don't understand. I've never felt so connected to anything in my life. After we lost the baby, I was so empty, so numb. But now..." She pressed her hand to her chest. "Now I feel something again. It's filling all the empty spaces inside me. I felt sick." "That's not healing, Iris. That's something feeding on your grief." She stood up abruptly. "I'm going to bed. Don't follow me." I watched her walk away, feeling like I was losing her with every step. Maybe I already had. I didn't think it could get worse. Every night since that last encounter, I'd stayed up late sitting by the window with the shotgun across my lap. Iris barely spoke to me anymore, her eyes always drifting toward the ridge, her face drawn and pale. She claimed she hadn't seen the thing again, but I knew she was lying. She flinched at every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind that rattled the windows. But the worst part was how quiet the forest had become. No birds, no rustling of animals, just silence. It was like the woods were holding their breath, waiting. I tried calling for help. Iris's sister, her friends from the city, even a local doctor. But the phone lines went dead the day after I found the stick bundle, and cell service had always been spotty at best. We were isolated, cut off, exactly how the thing wanted us. I began making preparations to leave, packing essentials, loading them into the truck when Iris wasn't watching. I found her journal, filled with drawings of the thing, pages of writing in what looked like a language I'd never seen before. The last coherent entry read, "It's calling me to the ridge. I have to go. I have to see what's on the other side." The day before I planned to take her away, I woke to find her sitting on the edge of the bed, watching me. "It's coming tonight," she said, her voice flat. "The storm will bring it." I looked out the window. The sky was clear blue, not a cloud in sight. "There's no storm coming, Iris." She smiled, a strange, secretive smile. "You'll see." That night, the storm hit. The wind howled, rain pelting against the cabin like 1,000 tiny claws. The power flickered and then died completely, plunging us into darkness. I lit a lantern and tried to keep calm, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Iris had gone to bed early, or at least that's what she told me. I hadn't checked. I didn't want to see the vacant, glassy look in her eyes again. I sat in the living room, the shotgun propped against my knee. When I heard it, the faint creak of footsteps overhead. My stomach twisted. I told myself it was just the wind, that the old roof was groaning under the pressure of the storm. But then it came again, louder this time, deliberate. Something was up there. I stood, gripping the shotgun, my heart pounding. "Iris?" I called out, my voice cracking. No answer. I moved toward the bedroom, the lantern casting long, flickering shadows on the walls. The door was slightly ajar, and when I pushed it open, my heart sank. The bed was empty. The curtains were drawn back, and the window was wide open, rain soaking the floorboards. "Iris!" I shouted, running to the window. Outside, the storm raged. But through the sheets of rain, I saw her. She was standing in the clearing, her arms stretched upward, her face tilted to the sky, and it was there. The thing loomed over her, taller than I'd ever seen it. Its pale, emaciated body was bent at impossible angles, its limbs trembling as if struggling to hold their weight. Its face, or lack of one, was turned toward her, a gaping black void where its eyes should have been. I yelled her name again, but she didn't react. She was whispering something, her voice carried away by the wind. I didn't think, I just ran. The rain soaked me to the bone as I sprinted across the clearing, the shotgun heavy in my hands. The thing didn't move as I approached, didn't even acknowledge me. Its entire focus was on Iris. When I was just a few feet away, I raised the shotgun and fired. The sound was deafening, cutting through the storm like a thunderclap. The thing jerked back, its body folding in on itself like a collapsing puppet. For a moment, I thought I'd killed it. But then it straightened, its head snapping toward me with a sickening crack. It turned its face. Half-decayed flesh stretched over bone, eyes sunk deep into hollow sockets, its mouth a jagged tear in what had once been human features. Then it reached for Iris. "No!" I screamed, grabbing her arm and pulling her back. The thing let out a sound, a deep, guttural noise that vibrated in my chest. Its arm stretched toward us, impossibly long, its clawed fingers brushing the edge of my jacket. I fired again, this time aiming for its head. The shot hit, and the thing recoiled, its body convulsing. It let out another sound, this one high-pitched and grating like metal scraping against metal. Then it retreated, skittering backward into the woods, its limbs twisting and contorting as it disappeared into the darkness. I didn't wait to see if it would come back. I threw Iris over my shoulder and ran for the cabin. When we got inside, I locked the door and barricaded it with everything I could find. Chairs, the table, even the couch. Iris didn't fight me. She just sat on the floor, dripping wet, staring at nothing. "What the hell were you doing out there?" I demanded, my voice shaking. She didn't answer. "Iris," I shouted, grabbing her shoulders and shaking her. Finally, she looked at me, her eyes wide and filled with tears. "It was beautiful," she whispered. I didn't know what to say. The next few days were a blur. Iris wouldn't leave the cabin, wouldn't eat or speak. She spent most of her time sitting by the window, staring out at the ridge. I tried to convince her to leave, to pack up and go back to the city, but she refused. "It won't let us," she said, her voice flat. I started hearing things at night. Soft whispers outside the windows, the creak of footsteps on the porch. Sometimes I thought I saw movement in the shadows, but whenever I looked, there was nothing there. The storm had knocked down trees across the road, effectively trapping us. I spent days clearing them, working until my hands were raw and blistered, driven by the desperate need to get Iris away from this place. But for every tree I moved, it seemed like two more fell during the night. Iris grew paler, thinner. She stopped eating entirely, surviving only on water and occasional sips of tea. When I tried to force her to eat, she vomited immediately, her body rejecting anything solid. "It's changing me," she told me one night, her voice barely audible. from the inside out. I found strange marks on her skin, long, thin scratches that she couldn't explain, bruises in the shape of fingerprints on her arms and neck. Her hair began to fall out in clumps, and her beautiful eyes became sunken, the irises fading from warm brown to a pale, milky color. I tried everything. I called for help on our dead phone, hoping against hope that somehow the signal would get through. I tried to carry her to the truck, but she fought me with surprising strength, scratching and biting until I had to let her go. I even considered knocking her unconscious, but I couldn't bring myself to hurt her more than she was already hurting. Then one night, I woke up to find Iris standing at the window again. Her hand was pressed against the glass, her breath fogging up the pane. "It's back," she said softly. I didn't look. I didn't want to see, but deep down, I knew it was true. The thing wasn't done with us. "Come away from the window, Iris," I pleaded, reaching for her hand. She shook her head. "It's calling me. Don't listen to it." She turned to me then, and in the moonlight I could see how much she'd changed. Her skin was stretched tight over her bones, her lips cracked and bleeding, her eyes almost completely white now. "I have to," she whispered. "I'm almost ready." "Ready for what?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. She smiled, showing teeth that looked too sharp, too numerous. "To join it." I backed away from her, fear gripping my heart. This wasn't Iris anymore. Whatever was standing in front of me might have her face, her voice, but the woman I loved was gone. "What happens if you join it?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "I become like it, free from pain, from grief, from human limitations." She took a step toward me, her movements jerky, unnatural. "You could come too. We could be together, forever." I shook my head. "That's not living, Iris. That's not even existing." Her face hardened. "You don't understand. You never did." She turned back to the window. "It's time." I lunged for her, grabbing her arms, trying to pull her away from the window. She fought me, her nails, now long and sharp like claws, raking across my face, drawing blood. We struggled, knocking over furniture, shattering lamps, until finally I managed to pin her to the floor. "Listen to me, Iris," I gasped, blood dripping onto her face. "Whatever that thing is telling you, it's lying. It doesn't want to help you. It wants to consume you." For a moment, I thought I saw recognition in her eyes, a flicker of the woman I'd loved. Then her mouth opened, and the sound that came out wasn't human. It was the same guttural noise the thing had made, vibrating through her chest, through my hands that held her down. The windows exploded inward, showering us with glass. The door splintered off its hinges, and cold air rushed in, carrying with it the smell of decay. I looked up to see the thing filling the doorway, its twisted body barely contained by the frame. Iris bucked beneath me, throwing me off with inhuman strength. She scrambled toward the thing, reaching for it like a child reaching for a parent. "No!" I screamed, grabbing for her ankle. My fingers brushed against her skin, but she was already out of reach, already at the threshold. The thing enveloped her in its long, emaciated arms, pulling her against its chest. For a second they stood there, Iris and the thing, silhouetted against the night sky. Then they were gone, disappearing into the darkness, leaving me alone in the ruined cabin. I don't know how we survived that night. It started with Iris waking me, her voice trembling. "It's here," she whispered. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with terror. For a second I thought it was just another one of her trances, her strange connection to the thing that haunted us. But then I heard it too. The scraping sound, like nails dragging across the cabin walls. I bolted upright, grabbing the shotgun from the floor. The sound circled the cabin, slow and deliberate, like it wanted us to know it was there. Iris clung to me, trembling, her nails digging into my arm. "What do we do?" she asked, her voice barely audible. I didn't have an answer. I just knew we couldn't stay. The sound stopped suddenly, and the silence that followed was worse. It pressed down on us, thick and suffocating. Then the door rattled. I aimed the shotgun, my hands shaking. "Stay behind me," I told Iris, though my voice didn't sound convincing, even to me. The door creaked open an inch, the wood splintering as something pushed against it, and then it came. The thing squeezed through the opening, its partly decayed body contorting, limbs bending at impossible angles. It filled the room with its presence, towering over us. Its eyeless face turned toward me. It didn't move, but I could feel it, sense it, crawling into my mind. My thoughts twisted, my vision blurred, and I felt like I was falling, even though I hadn't moved. Iris screamed, snapping me back. I fired the shotgun, the sound deafening in the small cabin. The thing recoiled, its body jerking violently, but it didn't fall. Instead, it screeched, a sound so loud and piercing it felt like it was splitting my skull. I grabbed Iris's hand and ran, dragging her toward the back door. We stumbled into the storm, the rain freezing against our skin. The forest was alive with noise, branches snapping, leaves rustling, the sound of heavy footsteps chasing us. "Don't look back," I shouted, pulling Iris with me as we sprinted toward the truck. The thing was close. I could hear its guttural breathing, feel the ground trembling beneath its weight. Iris tripped, falling into the mud, and for a horrifying second, I thought it was over. I yanked her up, practically carrying her the rest of the way. When we reached the truck, I threw open the door and shoved her inside. My hands fumbled with the keys as I climbed in, the shotgun clattering to the floor. The engine roared to life, and I slammed on the gas. The tires spun in the mud, the truck lurching forward as the thing burst from the tree line. It was faster than I thought possible, its long limbs skittering across the ground like some grotesque spider. It reached for us, its claws scraping against the tailgate as the truck finally found traction and shot forward. We didn't stop driving, not for miles, not until the forest thinned and the lights of the town came into view. Only then did I pull over, my hands still gripping the wheel so tightly they ached. Iris was silent beside me, staring straight ahead. Her face was pale, her lips trembling, but she didn't cry. Neither did I. Finally, she broke the silence. "We can't go back," she whispered. I nodded. "We won't." We packed up the cabin the next day. I didn't care about leaving things behind. Half our stuff wasn't worth the risk. We drove away with what little we could carry, the weight of that place still clinging to us like a shadow. I've thought about what happened 100 times since then, but I still can't make sense of it. Was the thing real? Was it some kind of emaciated human driven to madness by isolation? Or was it a manifestation of our worst fears, brought to life by grief and isolation? I don't know, and I don't want to. All I know is we barely made it out alive. And no matter how much Iris insists she feels better now, no matter how far we've gone, I still wake up some nights to the sound of her whispering in her sleep. Sometimes I catch her staring out the window, her gaze distant, her lips moving silently. And in those moments, I wonder if we ever really escaped. But one thing is certain, we will never, ever go back into those woods. Months have passed. We moved to a small apartment in the city, surrounded by noise and light and people. Iris recovered slowly. The hollowness in her eyes faded, her appetite returned, and the strange marks on her skin healed, leaving only faint scars that she covers with long sleeves. We don't talk about what happened. Not to each other, not to the therapist we started seeing, not to anyone. Some things are better left in the dark, but sometimes, when Iris thinks I'm not looking, she traces patterns on the windowsill, intricate spirals that remind me too much of the bone arrangements we found in the woods. And sometimes, when the wind blows just right, when the shadows lengthen across our bedroom floor, I swear I can hear it, that soft, scraping sound, like nails dragging across the wall. And I know, deep down, that it found us, that it's watching, waiting. That some part of Iris still belongs to it, will always belong to it. That someday, it will come for her again. And next time, I might not be able to save her. Based on the title, you're probably thinking this story is about a creepy old abandoned cabin. That assumption would be completely wrong. The cabin I'm about to tell you about is actually very modern, built just 12 years ago with all the latest amenities and technology. My friend Jordan still lives there with his family to this day, though I often wonder how they manage it. The cabin sits in one of the most beautiful parts of northern Idaho, positioned perfectly alongside the rushing waters of the Clearwater River. The structure itself is impressive. 3 stories of contemporary architecture with floor-to-ceiling windows, exposed wooden beams, and a wraparound deck that offers breathtaking views of the surrounding wilderness. Jordan and his family moved there in early 2015, drawn by the isolation and natural beauty that the property offered. When I first met Jordan in college, he would often talk about his family's retreat home. He described it as paradise, a place where you could escape from the chaos of modern life and reconnect with nature. The way he painted the picture, I imagined lazy summer afternoons fishing in the river, evening barbecues on the deck, and peaceful nights listening to the sound of flowing water and rustling leaves. What's not to like about living in such a magnificent place, surrounded by nothing but pristine wilderness and the gentle sounds of nature? Well, as I would soon discover, there was quite a lot not to like. The isolation that seemed so appealing from a distance became something entirely different when experienced firsthand, especially when darkness fell and the true nature of the place began to reveal itself. The first time Jordan invited me to spend a weekend at the cabin, I was genuinely excited. This was in September 2015, about 2 months after we had become friends. I packed my bags eagerly, looking forward to what I assumed would be a relaxing getaway. The drive up to the property took nearly 4 hours from Boise, winding through increasingly remote mountain roads until we finally turned onto a gravel driveway that seemed to stretch on forever. When the cabin finally came into view, I had to admit it was stunning. The modern design contrasted beautifully with the rustic surroundings, and the way the late afternoon sun reflected off the river created an almost magical atmosphere. Jordan's parents, who had been living there full-time since his father's early retirement, greeted us warmly. His mother, Patricia, was a kind woman in her late 50s who seemed genuinely happy to have company. His father, Dennis, was more reserved but friendly enough. As we carried my bags inside, I marveled at the interior. The main living area featured vaulted ceilings, a massive stone fireplace, and furniture that looked like it belonged in a high-end lodge. The kitchen was equipped with professional-grade appliances, and the dining area could easily seat 12 people. Everything was perfect, almost too perfect, as if the family was trying very hard to create an impression of normalcy and comfort. But even during that first evening, I noticed small things that seemed odd. Patricia would frequently glance toward the staircase leading to the upper floors, as if expecting someone to come down. Dennis had installed an unusual number of motion sensor lights around the property, claiming they were necessary for security, though we were literally miles from the nearest neighbor. And Jordan himself seemed more tense than usual, though he attributed it to school stress. That first night, Jordan showed me around the house, saving his pride and joy for last. A fully equipped home theater on the basement level. The room was impressive, with a professional-grade projector, surround sound system, and theater seating for 8 people. The walls were painted a deep burgundy, and heavy curtains blocked out any outside light when closed. Jordan had spent considerable time and money creating what he called his perfect movie experience. However, there was something unsettling about the space when the projector and screen were not in use. The room felt oppressively dark, even with the recessed lighting turned on. The burgundy walls seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating shadows in corners that appeared deeper than they should have been. The air felt heavier down there, thicker somehow, as if the ventilation system couldn't quite manage to circulate fresh air properly. We decided to spend the evening playing video games on Jordan's PlayStation 5, which was connected to the theater's massive screen. The game we chose was a racing simulator. Nothing scary or intense, just some friendly competition to pass the time. The surround sound made every engine rev and tire screech feel incredibly realistic, and for a while, I was genuinely enjoying myself. We had been playing for about an hour when something happened that I still can't fully explain. We were in the middle of a particularly competitive race when the PlayStation console suddenly shut off completely. Not just the game. The entire system powered down as if someone had unplugged it from the wall. The sudden silence in the room was deafening after the constant noise of the racing game. The lights in the theater were dimmed to enhance the gaming experience, so the room wasn't in complete darkness, but it wasn't well lit either. There was just enough illumination to make out the general shapes of furniture and equipment, but details were lost in the murky atmosphere. Everything seemed to take on an ominous quality in that reduced lighting, as if ordinary objects were transformed into something more threatening. I turned to Jordan to make some joke about the power going out, but the words died in my throat when I saw his face. The color had drained from his complexion so completely that he looked like he was about to be sick. His eyes were fixed on something behind me, and his mouth was slightly open in what appeared to be shock or terror. He wasn't looking at me at all. His gaze was focused intently on a point somewhere over my left shoulder. "We need to leave this room right now," he said in a voice that was barely above a whisper but carried an urgency that made my heart start beating faster. He didn't explain why, didn't wait for questions, just stood up slowly and deliberately, never taking his eyes off whatever he was seeing behind me. Every instinct told me to turn around and look, to see what had captured his attention so completely. But something in his expression warned me against it. Instead, I followed his lead and stood up carefully, fighting the overwhelming urge to spin around and confront whatever was there. The feeling of being watched, of having someone or something directly behind me was so intense it was almost unbearable. We moved toward the door with deliberate slowness, Jordan slightly ahead of me but constantly glancing back to monitor whatever he was seeing. The walk to the exit felt like it took forever, though it couldn't have been more than 10 seconds. Every step felt measured and careful, as if sudden movement might trigger some kind of response from whatever presence had joined us in that room. Once we were safely out of the theater and had climbed the stairs to the main floor, I immediately demanded an explanation. Jordan closed the basement door firmly behind us and engaged the lock, something I noticed he did with particular care, as if he was securing something dangerous rather than simply closing off a room. "What exactly did you see down there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady despite the adrenaline still coursing through my system. Jordan ran his hands through his hair and took a deep breath before answering. "After the PlayStation shut off," he began, "I saw the silhouette of a man standing directly behind you. Not just a shadow or a trick of the light. A distinct human shape, tall and broad-shouldered, standing maybe 2 feet behind your chair." The way he described it, with such specific detail and absolute certainty, made my skin crawl. I found myself unconsciously reaching back to touch my shoulders, as if I might still feel the presence of whoever or whatever had been looming behind me. "The figure wasn't moving," Jordan continued. "Just standing there, perfectly still, like it was watching us play. But here's the thing that really scared me. I could see through it slightly, like it wasn't completely solid, but it was definitely there. And when I looked directly at it, I got the feeling that it knew I could see it." This revelation opened the floodgates, and Jordan began telling me about other incidents that had been occurring in the house, things that had been happening for years, ever since his family had moved in. As he spoke, I realized that our experience in the theater room was just the tip of the iceberg, a minor incident compared to the ongoing supernatural activity that plagued the property. He told me about the nightly disturbances in his bedroom that occurred with clockwork regularity. Every night at approximately 5 in the morning, the door to his room would begin opening and closing repeatedly. Not just once or twice, but continuously for about 5 minutes. as if someone was playing an extremely persistent and disturbing prank. The sound would wake him every time, the creak of hinges, the click of the latch, the soft thud as the door met the frame. Initially, Jordan had assumed it was a problem with the house settling or perhaps air pressure changes affecting the door mechanism. But when he mentioned it to his father, Dennis revealed that he had personally installed and adjusted that door, ensuring it was perfectly balanced and properly latched. There was no mechanical reason for it to behave that way. Even more disturbing were the incidents that occurred when Jordan ventured outside alone. On multiple occasions, usually during late evening or early morning hours, he would hear his own voice calling to him from deep in the woods. Not just someone calling his name, but his actual voice, with his exact intonation and speech patterns, shouting from somewhere in the dark forest that surrounded the property. The first time it happened, Jordan explained, I actually answered back, thinking maybe there was some kind of echo effect I didn't understand. But the voice would respond, having conversations with me, asking me to come into the woods. It knew things about me, personal things, and it would use that information to try to convince me to leave the safety of the yard. The most recent incident had occurred just a few weeks before my visit. Jordan and I had been talking on a video call when both of us heard distinct laughter in the background of his audio feed. It was the unmistakable sound of a child giggling, high-pitched and gleeful, but there were no children in the house at the time. Jordan was alone, his parents having gone into town for supplies. When I asked him about it during the call, Jordan had looked genuinely confused and slightly frightened. He muted his microphone and spent several minutes searching the house, checking every room, every closet, every possible hiding place. He found nothing, but the laughter had been clear and distinct, definitely coming from somewhere inside the house. As Jordan continued sharing these experiences, I began to understand why he had seemed so tense during my visit. Living with this kind of constant supernatural activity would be exhausting for anyone, but he had been dealing with it for months without telling anyone, probably worried that people would think he was losing his mind. The mystery deepened when he told me about an encounter his family had during their first summer at the property. Because the cabin sat directly beside the Clearwater River, it was common for rafting groups to use their backyard as a rest stop or launching point. Jordan's family had always been welcoming to these river enthusiasts, often providing cold drinks and allowing people to use their restroom facilities. One particular family had stopped by on a beautiful July afternoon in 2015, just a few months after Jordan's family had moved in. They were an older couple with 2 teenage children, friendly and appreciative of the hospitality. During their brief visit, they mentioned how pleased they were to finally see the house occupied and showing signs of life. This comment confused Patricia, who explained that the house had been lived in continuously before their family purchased it. The previous owners had been an elderly couple named the Hendersons, who had built the house and lived there for nearly a decade before deciding to downsize and move closer to their grandchildren. But the rafting family insisted that wasn't what they had observed during their regular trips down the river. We've been coming down this stretch of water for 15 years, the father had explained. And that house has been dark and empty-looking for at least the last 5 years. All the windows were always covered, no lights were ever on, and we never saw any signs of people living there. This contradiction bothered Patricia enough that she decided to do some research. She contacted the Hendersons directly, and they confirmed that they had indeed lived in the house continuously until the sale. Mrs. Henderson was particularly adamant about this point, explaining that they had loved the house and only left reluctantly due to age-related mobility issues. But here's where it gets really strange, Jordan continued. When my mom asked Mrs. Henderson about the windows being covered, she insisted they had never covered their windows. She said they loved the natural light and the views of the river too much to ever block them out. She also mentioned that they kept lights on in the evening specifically because they enjoyed watching the sunset reflect off the water. The contradiction was impossible to reconcile. Either the rafting family was mistaken about what they had observed year after year, or something had been preventing the house from appearing occupied even when people were living there normally. Neither explanation made complete sense, but combined with the supernatural incidents Jordan's family was experiencing, It suggested that whatever presence haunted the property had been active for quite some time. Dennis had tried to investigate the history of the land before the house was built, but records for such remote properties were often incomplete. What he did discover was that the area had been used as hunting grounds by various Native American tribes for centuries, and there had been a small logging operation in the vicinity during the early 1900s. Beyond that, the land had remained largely undeveloped wilderness. Over the following months, I stayed in regular contact with Jordan, and the supernatural activity at the cabin seemed to be intensifying rather than diminishing. What had started as occasional strange incidents was becoming a daily part of life for his family, and the psychological toll was becoming increasingly apparent. The nighttime disturbances in Jordan's bedroom had evolved beyond just the door opening and closing. He began waking to find his furniture rearranged, not dramatically, but subtly enough that he would notice something was different. His desk chair would be turned to face the bed instead of the desk. Books on his shelf would be in different positions than where he had left them. His clothes would be laid out on the floor in neat arrangements, as if someone was carefully organizing them while he slept. Patricia started reporting similar incidents throughout the house. Kitchen utensils would be found in wrong drawers, always placed with deliberate care rather than carelessly tossed. Picture frames would be turned to face the wall, but only certain ones, and always the photographs that showed the family looking happy or relaxed. It was as if whatever presence inhabited the house disapproved of their contentment. The incidents outside the house became more frequent and more aggressive. Dennis installed motion sensor cameras around the property perimeter, hoping to document whatever was causing the disturbances. The cameras captured hours of footage showing lights turning on in response to movement, but the video never showed what was triggering the sensors. Trees would sway without wind, and snow would show footprint patterns that appeared and disappeared between camera cycles. One particularly disturbing piece of footage showed the back deck furniture being systematically rearranged over the course of an hour. Chairs were moved to form circles, tables were flipped upside down, and cushions were arranged in specific patterns. But the cameras never captured any person or thing actually moving the furniture. The items simply appeared in new positions each time the motion sensors triggered. Jordan's experience with hearing his own voice from the woods became a nightly occurrence. The voice would call out just after sunset, always from the same general direction, always using his exact vocal patterns and inflections. But the conversations became more sophisticated and more disturbing. The voice began referencing private conversations Jordan had with family members, repeating things that had been said inside the house where no outsider could have overheard. "It's not just mimicking my voice anymore," Jordan told me during one particularly distressing phone call. "It's like whatever this thing is has been listening to everything we say, learning about us, studying our family dynamics. Last night it started telling me things about my parents' relationship that I didn't even know, private things they had discussed when they thought no one was listening. The psychological impact on the family was becoming severe. Patricia developed chronic insomnia, afraid to fall asleep because she would inevitably wake to find evidence that someone or something had been in the house while the family slept. Dennis became obsessed with installing additional security measures, more cameras, better locks, motion sensors inside the house as well as outside. But none of these precautions seemed to deter whatever was tormenting them. Jordan's grades began suffering as the lack of quality sleep and constant stress affected his ability to concentrate. He started spending more time away from the house, often staying overnight with friends or camping out in his car rather than returning home. But even when he was away, he would receive text messages from his parents describing new incidents that occurred in his absence. By December 2015, the situation had become unbearable for Jordan's family. Dennis decided to take a more systematic approach to understanding what was happening. He contacted the local sheriff's department, but their response was predictably skeptical. Without evidence of actual criminal activity or property damage, there was little they could do beyond suggesting the family install additional security measures. Dennis then reached out to the County Historical Society, hoping to learn more about the land's history before the house was built. What he discovered was both fascinating and deeply troubling. The area where the cabin sat had indeed been used by indigenous peoples for centuries, but it had specifically been avoided for permanent settlements due to what tribal elders described as restless spirits that inhabited the woods. According to the historical records, early European settlers had also reported strange incidents in the area. A logging camp established in 1902 had been abandoned after just 6 months due to what the foreman described as unnatural disturbances that made it impossible for workers to sleep or focus on their tasks. Tools would go missing and reappear in impossible locations. Voices would call out from empty areas of the forest, and several workers reported seeing figures moving through the trees that would vanish when approached directly. The most significant discovery came from a newspaper archive dating back to 1957. A hunting cabin had been built roughly a quarter mile from where Jordan's family's house now stood. The article described how the cabin's occupants, a family of 4 who used it as a weekend retreat, had all died in their sleep during what was supposed to be a relaxing February vacation. The official cause of death was listed as carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty heating system, but the article included quotes from the investigating officers that raised disturbing questions. The family members had been found in different rooms of the cabin, as if they had been trying to escape something. The front door was found wide open, despite the freezing temperatures, and several windows had been broken from the inside. Most unsettling of all, neighbors who had discovered the bodies reported that the family's car was found running in the driveway with the headlights on, as if someone had been trying to leave in the middle of the night but never made it out of the property. Dennis shared this information with Patricia and Jordan, and they began to understand that their experiences were part of a much larger pattern of supernatural activity that had been affecting the area for decades, possibly centuries. The realization was both validating, they weren't losing their minds, and terrifying. They were dealing with something that had apparently driven people away, or worse, for generations. The winter of 2015-2016 brought the supernatural activity to a crescendo that would ultimately force Jordan's family to make an impossible decision. The incidents were no longer confined to specific times or locations within the house. They were happening constantly, affecting every aspect of daily life. January brought what Jordan described as the most terrifying night of his life. He woke at his usual 5 a.m. to the sound of his bedroom door opening and closing, but this time the activity didn't stop after 5 minutes. It continued for over an hour, accompanied by footsteps in the hallway that seemed to pace back and forth outside his room. When Jordan finally worked up the courage to open the door and investigate, he found the hallway empty, but noticed that every other door on the second floor was now standing wide open. His parents' bedroom, the guest rooms, the bathrooms, even the linen closet, all of them had been opened during the night. But his parents were still asleep in their room, and they insisted the next morning that they hadn't heard anything unusual. The kitchen became a particular focus of supernatural attention. Patricia would wake each morning to find elaborate arrangements of dishes, utensils, and food items covering every available surface. Not messy or destructive arrangements, but carefully planned displays that looked almost like altar offerings. Candles that the family didn't own would appear lit on the counters. Fresh flowers would be arranged in vases, despite the fact that it was the middle of winter and no flowers were growing anywhere on the property. The voice in the woods became more persistent and more demanding. It no longer just called Jordan's name or tried to engage him in conversation. Now it would scream his name repeatedly for hours at a time, sometimes continuing from sunset until dawn. The voice developed an angry, desperate quality that made it sound less like mimicry and more like an actual person in distress. It started saying things that made me think it was trapped somehow, Jordan explained during one of our phone conversations. It would beg me to help it, claim that it needed me to come into the woods so it could go home. But there was something wrong about the way it said these things, like it was reading from a script rather than expressing genuine emotion. The most disturbing incident occurred in February 2016, exactly 1 year after the historical cabin deaths that Dennis had discovered in his research. Jordan woke in the middle of the night to find his bedroom filled with an overwhelming smell of smoke, despite the fact that no fires were burning anywhere in the house. The smoke smell was so intense that he could barely breathe, and his eyes began watering immediately. He stumbled to his bedroom door, intending to wake his parents and evacuate the house, but found that the door would not open. The handle turned freely, and he could hear the latch mechanism operating normally, but the door remained firmly closed, as if something was holding it shut from the outside. He pounded on the door and shouted for help, but his parents' room was directly across the hall, and they later insisted they had heard nothing. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, the smoke smell began to dissipate, and the door suddenly opened normally. Jordan rushed to check on his parents and found them sleeping peacefully, unaware that anything had happened. A search of the entire house revealed no source for the smoke smell, and none of the family's smoke detectors had been triggered. By March 2016, the psychological and physical toll of living in the cabin had become unbearable for Jordan's family. Patricia had lost nearly 20 pounds due to stress and lack of sleep. Dennis had developed a nervous habit of constantly checking locks and security cameras, even when he was away from the house. Jordan was struggling to maintain his grades and had developed anxiety severe enough to require medication. The final incident that convinced them to leave occurred on a Sunday evening in late March. The family was gathered in the living room watching television when every electronic device in the house began operating simultaneously. The kitchen appliances all turned on at once, the blender, coffee maker, microwave, and dishwasher all running at maximum settings. Upstairs, radios began playing different stations at full volume. The home theater system activated and began cycling through inputs, producing a chaotic mix of sounds and static. But most frightening of all, the house's intercom system began broadcasting the conversations the family was having in the living room, playing their words back to them with a several-second delay. They could hear their own voices coming through speakers throughout the house, creating an echo effect that made normal conversation impossible. The electrical chaos continued for nearly an hour despite Dennis's attempts to shut down the main breaker. Even with the power cut off, several battery-operated devices continued functioning, including smoke detectors that began shrieking randomly and a weather radio that began broadcasting what sounded like emergency alerts in languages none of them recognized. When the activity finally stopped, the house fell into a silence so complete and oppressive that it felt more threatening than the previous chaos. The family spent that night in a hotel in town, and they never spent another night in the cabin. The process of moving out took several months, partly due to the remote location and partly because of ongoing supernatural interference. Moving crews reported equipment malfunctions, unexplained accidents, and several workers quit after experiencing what they described as overwhelming feelings of dread while working on the property. Jordan's family eventually sold the house at a significant loss to a couple from California who were looking for a remote retreat property. During the sales process, Dennis felt obligated to disclose the supernatural activity they had experienced, but the buyers dismissed these accounts as products of isolation and imagination. Jordan maintains contact with the area through local social media groups, and he keeps track of what happens to the property. The California couple lasted less than 6 months before putting the house back on the market. Since then, it has been sold 3 more times, with each ownership period lasting less than a year. The house currently sits empty again, just as the Rafting family had described seeing it years before Jordan's family moved in. Local real estate agents have stopped trying to market the property actively, and it has developed a reputation in the area as that haunted house by the river. Jordan and his family eventually settled in Arizona, as far from the Idaho wilderness as they could manage while staying in the western United States. They rarely speak about their experiences at the cabin, though Jordan still wakes up at 5 a.m. sometimes, expecting to hear his bedroom door opening and closing. When people ask him about the most remote place he's ever lived, Jordan just smiles and changes the subject. He's never returned to Idaho, and he has no plans to ever go back. Some places, he says, are meant to be left alone, and some questions are better left unanswered. The cabin still stands by the river, its modern design and beautiful setting unchanged. But the windows remain dark, and rafters who pass by report the same emptiness that was observed decades ago. Whatever haunts that property continues to wait, patient and persistent, for the next family brave enough or foolish enough to call it home. As for what happened there to make it so haunted, that question continues to plague Jordan's thoughts. But after everything his family endured, he's no longer certain he wants to know the answer. My name is Ethan, and I'm a 27-year-old guy living in a small town in rural Pennsylvania. I work at the local hardware store to make ends meet, but lately things have been tough. Bills piling up, debt collectors calling nonstop. I needed an escape from all the stress. That's when my two best friends since childhood, Josh and Ryan, suggested we go on a camping trip deep in the Allegheny National Forest. "It'll be just like old times," Josh said with a grin. "We'll hike, fish, tell ghost stories around the campfire." I hesitated at first. Spending a week in the middle of nowhere with no cell service wasn't exactly my idea of relaxation. But I hadn't seen the guys in a while and knew it would be good to get out of town for a bit. Clear my head. "All right, I'm in," I finally agreed. We gathered up our old camping gear, stuffed it in the trunk of Josh's rusted-out Corolla, and set off on the 4-hour drive into the forest. The deeper we ventured, the more remote and wild the landscape became. Towering hemlocks and ancient oaks loomed over us, their gnarled branches blotting out the sky. "You sure you know where we're going?" I asked, as the dirt road narrowed to not much more than a trail. Josh peered at the faded map. "Pretty sure. My uncle used to take me to this remote spot when I was a kid. Said it was a pristine hidden gem that not many folks knew about." The sun was just beginning to set when we finally pulled into a small clearing and parked the car. We hauled our heavy packs out and began trekking the final mile to the campsite on foot through dense underbrush. An eerie stillness hung in the air, the only sound our boots crunching on the dry leaves. That's when I first felt it. The prickling sensation on the back of my neck like I was being watched. I glanced around uneasily but saw nothing in the deepening shadows of the forest. "You guys feel like something's off?" I muttered. Josh and Ryan exchanged a look and shrugged. By the time we reached the clearing near the river that would be our camp, true night had fallen. The darkness felt impenetrable and alive, like a physical thing pressing in on us from all sides. We quickly pitched our tents and built a roaring campfire, but it did little to push back the heavy sense of unease. As we sat around the flickering flames eating our rehydrated camp meals, Ryan spoke up. "You know, when I was researching this area, I came across some weird old stories. Supposedly back in the logging days, folks who ventured out here would sometimes just disappear, never to be seen again." "Shut up, man. That's not funny," Josh said, chucking a pebble at him. But I saw the nervous look in his eyes. "I mean, I'm sure they're just stories," Ryan said quickly. "Probably nothing to it." I stared out into the pitch-black void beyond our little circle of firelight. The night seemed to swallow up the warmth and light, leaving only cold and darkness in its wake. I shivered despite myself, pulling my jacket tighter. It was just old folk tales. I was letting my imagination run wild. But deep down, I could already sense that something in these ancient woods was very, very wrong. And we were now at its mercy, far from help or civilization. Little did I know that the true nightmare was only beginning. I didn't sleep well that first night. The nylon walls of my tent felt flimsy, like they could be slashed open at any moment by something lurking just beyond the firelight. My sleeping bag provided little comfort against the cold that seeped up from the hard ground and into my bones. Every creak of the trees in the wind made me flinch. Each distant animal howl or rustle of leaves kicked my heart into overdrive. But the night passed without incident, and I felt foolish in the light of dawn as I crawled out of my tent, groggy and sore. Josh and Ryan looked rough too, with dark circles under their bloodshot eyes. "You guys sleep okay?" I yawned, poking at the smoldering embers of the fire with a stick. "Not really," Ryan admitted. "Kept imagining I heard things moving around out there in the dark. Almost sounded like footsteps at one point." Josh snorted. "It was probably just deer or something. Stop being such a baby." I frowned at the edge in his voice. Josh always tried to act tough, but I could tell he was rattled too. He busied himself with getting the fire going again and breaking out the instant coffee. As I shuffled off into the trees to take a leak, I couldn't shake the growing sense of dread knotting my insides. Not wanting to ponder it too long, I splashed icy water on my face from the river and hurried back to camp. We spent the morning fishing off the rocky banks. The only sounds were the burbling current and the occasional bird call echoing through the towering trees. No one spoke much. Even pulling in a couple trout didn't do much to raise our spirits. Something brooding and heavy hung over us all. When afternoon came, Josh suggested we hike to the bluff he remembered from childhood to get a view of the valley. It was only a couple miles, but the trail was treacherous and overgrown. We had to fight through thorny brambles that tore at our clothes. Strange fungi sprouted from the boggy soil. The deeper we pushed into the forest, the quieter it became. No birds, no insects, not even a breath of wind. Just a thick, oppressive stillness that seemed to muffle our very footsteps and voices. There was no bluff when the trail dead-ended abruptly at a wall of trees. Just more dense, gloomy forest stretching out endlessly in every direction. "I swear it was here," Josh said, turning in a slow, confused circle. "Maybe we took a wrong turn? The trail's so overgrown." Ryan pulled out his compass, his brow furrowing. "Is this thing busted? The needle keeps spinning." A chill slithered down my spine. We were utterly turned around, and the sun was already sinking toward the horizon. "Let's just head back," I said, hearing the tremble of my own voice. "Forget the bluff." But finding our way back to camp proved far more difficult than it should have. The woods seemed to shift around us, trail vanishing into bracken and brush that tore at our flesh. Hours later, we staggered back into camp on wobbly legs, shredded and bloody and shaken to the bone. The fire had gone cold. Our tents gaped open like hungry mouths. And on the ground between them, drawn in the dirt, was an occult symbol unlike anything I had ever seen before. Fear grabbed my throat in a vice grip. Something was very wrong in this forest. Something old and wicked and cruel. The folktales were true. And now we were lost in its domain with no way out and no one to help us, at the mercy of whatever horrors lurked in the shadows of the trees. God help us all. None of us slept a wink that second night. How could we, after finding that disturbing occult symbol sketched in the dirt of our camp? Josh tried to brush it off as a prank by some other camper, but we all knew that was impossible. We were miles from civilization, and no other human soul had been through here in ages, judging by the wildly overgrown trails. No, something else stalked this forest. Something that had marked us, watched us, herded us off the path and deep into its lightless domain with unnatural ease today. With every shuffling footstep outside the flimsy nylon of our tents, every snap of a branch or rustle of undergrowth, I imagined glowing eyes peering in from the darkness, yellowed fangs dripping saliva, gnarled claws tearing through canvas and flesh and bone. My blood ran cold and sluggish with dread. By the sickly gray light of dawn, we were strung out and half-mad with exhaustion and fear. Packing up camp, I found long, thin gashes in my tent, too precise to be from any forest creature. Ryan's boots were filled with rotting leaves and fetid mud, even though he swore he left them in the tent. Josh's water bottle was bone dry, a dead moth floating on the bottom. "Let's get the hell out of here," I stammered, my hands shaking as I jammed gear into my pack. "Forget fishing, forget everything. We never should have come out here." The others nodded grimly, all desperate to flee this cursed place as fast as possible. But when we turned to the trail leading back to the road and Josh's car, it had vanished completely. As if there had never been a path at all, only a wall of gnarled trees and thorny underbrush penning us in. "This is impossible," Ryan croaked, raw terror bleeding into his voice. "We just walked that trail yesterday. It was right here." But all signs of our passage had disappeared, not a boot print to be seen. Cold certainty congealed in my gut. The evil force that called this forest home had no intention of allowing us to leave. Icy tendrils of terror crawled up my spine as I realized the true depth of our predicament. We were trapped in a wilderness that itself seemed to shift and warp unnaturally, at the complete mercy of whatever malevolent entity had lured us here. No map, no compass or GPS could help us now, and no one knew where we were or would think to come looking for a very long time. Blind desperation took hold. We plunged into the underbrush in the general direction of the road, thrashing through brambles that shredded our skin and clothes. But the harder we fought, the more lost we seemed to become in the disorienting sea of twisted trees. Terrified and rapidly losing hope, we forged on until the light began to wane and our bloodied bodies finally betrayed us. Exhausted, we made a crude camp, building a small fire more for the false sense of security than any true warmth or comfort. As night fell, our worst fears came to pass. Grotesque shapes stalked the edges of the firelight, misshapen bodies cloaked in shadow and leaves and rotting fur. Pale eyes that caught the flames and gleamed with ancient hunger. Jaws that clacked and gibbered noiselessly, exposing far too many teeth. They were toying with us, tormenting us, enjoying our every whimper of fear. And we were powerless to stop them, or even discern what manner of eldritch horrors they truly were. Huddling against each other in abject terror, we could only pray the fire would keep them at bay until dawn, and we'd survive long enough for a new day of hopeless wandering through this forest that had become our prison, and likely our grave. But deep down, I knew we no longer belonged to the world of light and living. We'd been marked by the evil that lurked here. It was only a matter of time before it claimed us utterly, body and soul. True night fell, choked with a darkness more suffocating and absolute than anything I had ever known. Beyond our meager, sputtering fire, those grotesque shapes circled. Humanoid but horribly misshapen, with 2 long limbs and faces that were little more than gaping holes bristling with jagged teeth. The firelight caught on their matted pelts and tattered remnants of clothing that might have once been human. They darted from shadow to shadow between the trees, edging ever closer to our flimsy circle of light. Bolder, hungrier. Their eerie yowls and chitters made my skin crawl. Somehow I knew that they were calling to each other, planning their attack on their cornered, weakening prey. I glanced at Josh and Ryan huddled beside me, their faces ashen, eyes wide and glassy with raw terror. Silent tears tracked through the blood and grime on Ryan's face. Josh clutched his useless pocket knife in a white-knuckled grip, muttering a prayer over and over under his breath. We were all hanging by a thread, and it was fraying rapidly. Moving slowly, trying not to draw the creature's attention, I fed the last of our gathered wood into the fire. The flames sputtered, devouring the meager fuel greedily. How long would it last? An hour? 2, if we were very lucky? And then we would be defenseless in the dark, completely at the mercy of the horrors that stalked us. Ryan shuddered. "We're going to die out here, aren't we?" he said, voice cracking. "Whatever those things are, they're going to rip us to shreds as soon as this fire dies." Josh shook his head, but there was no real conviction in it. "We'll figure something out. We have to. Just have to hold out until morning." But his eyes said he knew it was a lie. There would be no morning for us, not really. Only more of this same nightmarish hellscape, if we even survived the night. I tried to swallow the despair rising in my throat. Think, damn it. There had to be something we could do. Some way to fight back or escape. But it was so hard to focus over the howls of the beasts and the leaden weight of exhaustion and terror. Then suddenly I spied a flicker of movement out in the woods that made my stomach lurch. It was different, apart from the shambling monstrosities. A pale form flitting between the trees. Vaguely human-shaped and luminous, like it carried the cold fire of the grave. The way it moved was eerily fluid and boneless, fast as quicksilver. It was coming straight for us. No, not us. Josh, who had his back turned as he fed the last of the wood into the fire, moving with preternatural speed and absolute silence. "Josh!" I screamed, but it was too late. The ghostly figure was on him in a flash. I caught a glimpse of a woman's face, delicate but wasted and feral beneath a tangled mane of black hair. Lips peeled back to expose rotted teeth. Dead eyes that glittered like chips of obsidian. Her almost translucent hands ended in blackened, ragged claws. Josh didn't even have time to scream as she seized him by the throat with hideous strength, those terrible nails sinking deep into his flesh. She yanked him backward off balance with sickening ease. Ryan and I lunged for him, but it was like trying to grasp fistfuls of smoke. The specter jerked Josh out of reach and toward the waiting horde of misshapen beasts as they descended in a wave of matted fur and snapping jaws. Josh's agonized shrieks pierced the night, intermingled with the grisly wet rending of flesh and the gleeful snarls and yowls of feeding monsters. Dark blood sprayed across the dead leaves. Ryan and I could only watch in abject horror, too paralyzed with fear to even run. In moments, it was over. Where Josh had been was only a gory smear, bits of meat and torn cloth. The woman and beasts melted back into the forest, still gnashing and squabbling over their ghastly prize. He was gone, taken before our eyes by the horrors that owned this forest. And we were next. That knowledge shook me to my very core. Surely now it was only a matter of time before they came for the rest of us, now that they had a taste for our flesh and our suffering. Blind with terror and grief, Ryan and I fled into the night. We abandoned the meager safety of our fading fire, knowing it was hopeless now. Those creatures didn't fear the light, and they had tasted blood. Josh's blood. Bitter bile scalded my throat. My mind shied away from the memory of his agonized screams, the tearing of flesh, his body disappearing beneath that horde of shambling nightmares, as though he never existed at all. I couldn't shake the image of the woman-thing's feral, leering face as she dragged him away. What were these monsters? The vengeful ghosts of campers and loggers who had vanished in this forest long ago? Twisted abominations spawned from the darkest depths of folklore and nightmare? I didn't know, and it no longer mattered. All that mattered was that Josh was dead, and we were going to join him unless we could find a way out of this hellish wilderness. Ryan and I crashed through the underbrush in pure panic, heedless of direction or the vicious thorns that shredded our arms and faces. But the hateful trees seemed to shift around us, herding us like sheep, disorienting us utterly. Our feet just sank deeper into the soft loam and rotting leaves, as if the forest was trying to pull us down into the very earth. Behind us, the gleeful howls and snarls of the ravenous beasts echoed. They sounded closer now, accompanied by the crashing of underbrush. They were toying with us, enjoying the chase before the inevitable bloody end. My lungs seared and my muscles screamed. Exertion, dehydration, and sheer mind-bending terror were taking their toll. Ryan wheezed and stumbled along beside me, in no better shape. We couldn't keep this up for long, but we couldn't stop either, or the horrors on our heels would be on us in moments, ripping and rending. We have to find some place to hide, Ryan gasped out, voice cracking with despair. A cave or something, anything. I knew it was hopeless. What shelter could we possibly find that would protect us from those unnatural things? But the relentless pursuit was driving us to the brink of madness. We needed a respite, however brief, or we'd collapse. Fate seemed to hear our pleas. Through the grasping trees, I suddenly spied the yawning mouth of what looked like an old mine shaft cutting into a steep, rocky hillside. Narrow and half-collapsed, choked with debris and shadow. There, I croaked, dragging Ryan toward it with the last of my strength. If we could just squeeze inside, perhaps we could evade the horde for a time. What other choice did we have? We hurled ourselves into the crack in the earth just as the first misshapen beast lunged from the underbrush, lamplight eyes blazing and jaws slavering. Its huge taloned paws scrabbled at the loose rock but couldn't quite reach us in our tight, dank bolt hole. It gibbered in rage, and soon more of the creatures clustered at the entrance, all howling in frustration at being denied their cornered prey. But they couldn't get in, at least not quickly. For the moment we were safe, or as safe as we could be in this nightmarish wood. Ryan and I huddled there in the cold stone, gasping and trembling, barely daring to breathe, lest we draw the monster's attention again. My racing heart felt like it would burst. What now? The cave might keep the beasts at bay for a time, but we couldn't stay here forever. Sooner or later, hunger, thirst, or the horde's relentless need to feed on our flesh would drive us out. As my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I realized the shaft extended deeper into the earth, narrow and winding, choked with rubble and rancid puddles, but passable. Could this be our escape? A hidden route out of the forest and the horror's accursed domain? It was a desperate thread of hope, but the only one we had. I clutched Ryan's clammy hand in the dark, pulling him to his feet. Come on. We have to try to follow this. See where it goes. It can't be worse than what's out there. I felt more than saw his shaky nod. With one last fearful glance at the squalling, gibbering shapes clawing at the threshold behind us, we plunged into the mine's twisting black bowels, fleeing deeper beneath the cursed earth. I feared we were only trading one nightmare for another. But with death slavering at our heels, we had no choice but to forge ahead into the cold, suffocating dark, and pray it led to salvation rather than damnation in this forest of horrors. The mineshaft was just wide enough for Ryan and I to shuffle along single file in a wretched, hunched crab walk. The stale air sat thick and oily in my lungs, heavy with the stench of stagnant water, mildew, and something far fouler, a miasma of rot and slow decay. The absolute blackness pressed on my light-starved eyes like a smothering velvet shroud. I kept one shaking hand on the slimy rock wall to keep my bearings, and the other tangled in the fabric of Ryan's jacket, letting him pull me along in his stumbling wake, trying not to imagine pale, writhing things with too many legs skittering across my fingers in the damp. A furtive scrabbling and chittering echoed from the gloom ahead, a sound to make the skin crawl. At first I prayed it was only rats or other vermin fleeing our intrusion into their dank domain. But then I remembered the old tales Ryan had recounted that first night, of loggers and campers and hunters vanishing without a trace in this forest, dragged screaming into the depths of the earth, or some darker hell beyond mortal ken, by nightmares that defied description. What if? I shoved the thought down ruthlessly before it could take root. Madness lay that way, curled and waiting in the crannies of my exhausted mind. We had to keep moving forward, even if it was into the gnashing teeth of new and hungry horrors. There was no light to mark the passage of time in that eternal darkness, but it felt like we staggered through those oppressive tunnels for hours. Knees and palms shredded from unseen rocks, barely able to draw breath in the clinging foulness. But behind us, the howls and gibbering of the beasts stalking the night never faded. If anything, they seemed to be growing louder, closer, as if the monsters were forcing their twisted bodies down the narrow shaft, worming through the rock itself in their relentless hunger for our flesh. Just as my hammering heart felt about to burst from panic and despair, Ryan croaked out a sudden ragged sob of relief. I stumbled into him, and realized that a faint silvery light was filtering through the blackness ahead. An opening at last. The tunnels were coming to an end, and with them, perhaps this nightmare. We scrabbled forward with frantic, renewed strength, sure that any salvation, however meager, lay just ahead. But the tunnel opened not into the merciful light of dawn, or even a continuation of the forest. It disgorged us into some vast subterranean cavern, its distant ceiling lost in shadow. All around the jagged rock walls, strange luminescent fungi throbbed and pulsed with icy witchlight. By its glow, I saw that we stood on a narrow shelf above an abyss, whose bottom vanished into darkness. And there, in the center of that unholy chasm, rose a great twisted henge of megaliths and fallen trees. Their surfaces were carved with shapes that stabbed at my sanity, Profane runes and crude, disjointed depictions of horrendously inhuman figures capering around the stones. At the very heart of the ring, atop a raised earthen dais, roiled a swirling vortex of vaporous shadows and sputtering red flame. And from that abyssal gate, those shadows were coalescing, rising, taking on writhing corporeal shape. Towering, vaguely humanoid figures swathed in rotting black pelt and tattered flesh, emaciated, elongated heads from which sprouted great arching antlers, like a crown of jagged bone spires. They had no faces, only pits of flickering void where eyes and mouths should be. And that same void pulsed and danced in the cracks between their horrid forms, spilling out to stain the very air with its hateful non-light. The gale of their manifestation whipped my hair and drove me to my knees, choking on my own screams. On some primal, gibbering level, I knew these were the true horrors that claimed dominion over this accursed wood. The wellspring from which the lesser beasts drew their unnatural malice and hunger. Ancient beyond reckoning, spawned from some primordial abyss at the dawn of time or the end of sanity. Their very existence warped reality around them, turned the forest itself into a nightmare that snared mortal minds and bodies as surely as any steel trap. There would be no escape from this place while they held sway, and now they had us at last, ensnared like the countless victims before us, our wills and flesh at the mercy of their darkest hungers. Dizzy with horror, I felt an awful pressure building behind my eyes, in the spaces between my bones. A pull, inexorable and obscene, dragging me toward the gate and its guardians. On my hands and knees I scrabbled at the stone, choking on primal wails, drowning in the riptide of their malevolence. Ryan lay curled next to me, all but catatonic, his eyes rolling back in his head as he convulsed, as if the weight of their presence alone unspooled his mind and devoured his soul. The void spawn loomed over us, their non-light scouring my flesh. Skeletal arms stretched out with the slow implacability of drifting continents, yearning to enfold us, drag us into their writhing nothingness, into screaming oblivion. I had no prayers left, no hope of salvation or even the release of merciful death. Only a yawning abyss of horror and the knowledge that an eternity of suffering awaited in the darkest reaches of this forest's eldritch heart. God help us. God help me. A strange calm descended over me as those nightmare figures loomed. The all-consuming terror didn't lessen, but rather transmuted into something cold and clear and inevitable as the grave. I knew I was going to die here, worse than die, and there was nothing I could do to prevent it. But in that crystalline moment of acceptance, I suddenly recalled a snippet of the old folklore Ryan had recounted around the campfire that first night, before the true depths of the horror had swallowed us whole. They say the land remembers, he had said, voice pitched low and ominous, that it holds grudges, especially against those who take without giving back. The loggers, the coal folk, even the natives before them. If you spill enough blood in a place, let it soak deep in the roots. Sometimes that place will get a taste for it. At the time, I had dismissed it as half-drunken, spooky nonsense, just another bullshit campfire story. But now, staring up into those empty, void faces of the forest's eldritch masters as they reached out to claim me, I wondered. This land was old as time, and dark with the weight of centuries of mortal suffering. How many bleeding bodies had been dragged screaming down into its pitiless earth? How many souls devoured to feed the unnatural hungers of the horrors that lurked in its shadowed heart? Did it remember them all, the desecrations and the dying? Had it finally grown weary of the unending trespass and garnered a taste for vengeance? The antlered void spawn hovering above us certainly seemed to embody such a hatred and hunger. In their empty, burning eye sockets, I saw nothing but the promise of an eternity of endless violation. A fitting punishment, perhaps, for the arrogance of mortal men who thought they could conquer these ancient wilds and bend them to their will. We were going to suffer and scream, just as so many had before us. just as the land remembered. I couldn't save us from that fate. But in that last lucid instant before they took me, I seized on the only scrap of agency left to me, to deny them the pleasure of my fear and despair. To go to my doom with head held high and eyes open, bearing witness to the true face of the primal evil we had awakened. Shakily, I dragged myself upright to stand on trembling legs before the approaching void spawn. I heard Ryan whimpering behind me, wordless animal sounds of transcendent horror. A distant corner of my mind whispered that perhaps such a retreat into madness was a mercy rather than having to face the full awful reality before us. But I locked my knees and forced myself to stare directly into those depthless black pits as they consumed the world. I refused to look away even as shadows lashed out to ensnare me, cold and oily and unfathomably wrong. Even as I felt my mind begin to unspool at the edges, my very sense of self dissolving like mist before the sun. If the forest remembered every atrocity carved into its ancient flesh, then let it remember this too. The defiance of one small, frail mortal creature against the nightmares, even unto the bitter end. "I'm not afraid," I whispered through numb lips, tasting blood and the salt of tears. "Do you hear me, you bastards? I'm not afraid of you. I'll never be afraid again." It was a lie, of course, the most egregious and futile falsehood ever spoken into the pitiless dark. But it was all I had left. The void took me. And I screamed. I screamed. I screamed. How long I drifted in that endless, lightless abyss I couldn't say. Time lost all meaning, unspooling into crimson fractals of agony without beginning or end. The void spawn glutted themselves on my mind and soul, peeling back the layers of my consciousness like the skin of a fruit, until only the barest howling animal core remained. Fear and torment became the only reality I had ever known. They showed me such horrors, in that unchanging night beyond nights. Vistas of non-Euclidean geometry, where the angles wept black blood, and the very air gibbered with the screams of tortured dimensions. Abattoirs of shrieking meat peopled by abominations too vile for any sane mind to comprehend. Seething oceans of lampreys with human faces, gnashing and writhing. And through it all they whispered to me, in 1,000 chittering voices like rotten teeth cracking against bone. Wordless susurrations of ineffable malice burrowing into the tattered remnants of my psyche, seeding incomprehensible blasphemies in the fertile soil of my horror. They peeled open the deepest recesses of my mind and unfurled their taint within, laughing at my pathetic mewling protests. Perhaps it was that psychic defilement that finally broke me, even more than the unrelenting barrage of phantasmagoric tortures. Knowing that even should I somehow survive this hell, I would never again be clean, never again entirely human or sane. Not with the insidious taint of their unholy essence forever scrawling behind my eyes, malignant fractals sinking barbed roots into the meat of my brain. Those ruinous truths gnawed at the last clinging fibers of my faltering ego like a canker. I felt myself dissolving, molecule by agonized molecule, into the bottomless maw of their hunger. Soon there would be nothing left of me at all, only a smear of stripped atoms scattered across the void, and a memory of terror forever entombed in that hateful forest's eons-long memory. I almost welcomed it, that final oblivion. Yearned for it, as the only escape from their unholy ministrations, the only mercy left in this or any benighted world. But then, just as the last dregs of my self-awareness began to gutter out, I felt something shift. A change in the endless tides of fear and visceral torment. It was subtle at first, just a shudder through my flayed nerves as if from a distant impact. The tiniest fluctuation in the air of that non-place, a whiff of something cold and sharp and entirely alien intruding on the fetid carrion reek of the void. The void spawn felt it too. I sensed their sudden agitation, their grasping shadow limbs drawing back from my eviscerated form in surprise. For the first time, their awful whispering faltered. Uncertainty rippled through their serried ranks like a chill wind. And then the world exploded. Light, searing and merciless, lanced through the abyssal non-space like the wrath of an angry god. It scoured the void spawn like acid, setting their twisted forms ablaze, boiling their unlight ichor to vapor. Their screams pierced the sudden shocked silence like the shattering of a billion mirrors, agonized, furious, and baffled. The incredible onslaught blasted me back to some facsimile of consciousness, however tenuous. I heard myself choking on the fetid air, my limbs spasming as the impossible brightness stabbed into my eyes like white-hot needles. Slowly, I became aware that I was back in the cavern at the heart of the forest, collapsed and twitching at the base of the standing stones. The eldritch gate gaped above me, but the forces raging beyond it seemed diminished now, pushed back by that blazing luminance pouring in from somewhere. With immense effort, I dragged my head around to look back toward the entrance of the mine shaft, and my heart nearly stopped at what I saw there. Silhouetted against the tunnel mouth was an entire phalanx of human figures in tactical gear, carrying an array of bulky, unfamiliar equipment. Some kind of scientific or military team, moving with crisp, ruthless precision. They were setting up mirror-like devices around the perimeter of the cavern that pulsed and hummed with arcane energies. At their center strode a severe woman whose very bearing screamed, "Commander." She was tall and gaunt, her craggy face a map of old scars beneath a tight gray bun. Her eyes, when they briefly locked onto my broken, huddled form, were the color of winter sky and just as pitiless. "Containment perimeter established, Overseer," one of the black-clad figures reported, consulting an array of blinking instruments. "Dimensional breach is registering at a Category 6, but stabilizing. Metaphysical dampeners are restricting its influence to a 200-meter radius." The severe woman, the Overseer, nodded curtly. "Deploy the reality anchors and dial the NREM field up to maximum. We'll sear this obscenity from the time stream entirely." I watched, barely daring to breathe, as more of the strange devices were positioned around the henge, spearing bolts of kaleidoscopic energy into the vortex. The unlight beyond shrieked and boiled, the antlered figures within thrashing in unfathomable paroxysms of rage and agony. But slowly, inexorably, the gate began to shrink. The void spawn flickered like a guttering candle flame, their forms distending and sputtering into nothingness. With a final reality-warping howl, the breach collapsed in on itself, taking the forest's nightmares with it into lightless oblivion. Silence fell, broken only by the low hum of the machines. I lay there struggling to process the fact of my impossible salvation. Was it truly over? Had these people, whoever or whatever they were, really destroyed the horrors? A sound from the tunnel made me flinch. But it was only Ryan, staggering out into the cavern, wild-eyed and gibbering. The Overseer turned to him, her gaze calculating. "2 survivors," she said to her team, emotionless as a surgeon. "Scrub them and return them to the outside, with the standard cover story. They'll remember a bear attack. The 3rd casualty will list as missing." My sluggish mind could barely parse her words. Survivors. Outside. Scrub? What was happening? The agents moved toward us. I cringed back, some base instinct still braced for pain and violation. But their gloved hands were impersonal as they hauled me upright, checking me over for injuries with ruthless efficiency. Who are you people?" I croaked through my ravaged throat. What is all this?" So many questions bubbled up, I could hardly sort them. The Overseer spared me a final glacial glance as she turned back toward the tunnel, consulting some complex device strapped to her forearm. "We are the ones who guard the veil," she said simply, "who keep the hungry dark at bay, so the world can sleep, unknowing." Her mouth twitched in something that was almost a smile, grim and joyless. "You're welcome, by the way." Then she was gone, striding off into the tunnel with her team. I heard the clipped report of her voice echoing back, already focused on the next unfathomable threat. Central. This is Sparrow 1. Erebus protocol complete. Area sanitized. That other threshold in the Appalachians is registering increased whispers and night terrors. Recommend we move to investigate ASAP. I stared after her, head spinning, as her agents led me stumbling out of the cavern. Out of the nightmare, and back to the world of light and the living. The normal, sane, oblivious world that would never know how close it had come to a darkness beyond imagining, or the terrible cost of keeping that darkness at bay. I knew, though. I would always know, no matter what lies they planted in my mind. The forest would remember too, in its slow, patient, pitiless way. And it would be waiting, should we ever forget our place and trespass in its eldritch domain again. Waiting to remind us of the true horrors that lurk in the ancient dark, with a hunger that can never be sated.